It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aim Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or Lichess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
This whole concept of just bulldozing the Black King, jumping in there with the Queen, and making sure the Rook comes in with a ladder mate is everything this chapter is about. The point is, I don't want you to get a move that's not in the course and go, I don't know what to do! 92% of games get to this position. From this position, white is winning about 60-70% of the time. And I think if you learn these lines, that very easily could be 75% or 80% for you.
doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
sin. Eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, but I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
Here to cover first 2 matches in the losers bracket. These guys aren't losers yet. They could still very much win the whole tournament. And we have Alireza Firouzja in action versus Alexis Sarana. And we have Gukesh against Mamedov, who lost in a tough fight against Wesley So yesterday. When we're done with that, we'll move on to the winners section, where there should be around 4 hours of chess action. So it's going to be a long day of chess. And who better to guide us through it than the great Peter Leko. Peter, how are you today?
Hello, Jan. Very good. Thank you. Welcoming also everyone. Super interesting day. It will be a marathon day. I also feel like yesterday was kind of just the warm-up of what we're going to witness in this event. And this losers bracket thing is very tricky because, as you mentioned, I mean, all to play for, these guys can still win the championship.
Yeah, the format is a little different in the losers bracket. They only play 2 matches, 2 games, I should say. And then if the score is 1-1, they will play an Armageddon tiebreak, should it be necessary. While in the winners bracket, it's still the best of 4 rapid matches that we've grown accustomed to throughout this tour. So yeah, it's gonna be quite some action. Who you got in the losers bracket? Because if you lose there again, then you go home. It's win or go home for these guys: Sarana, Firouzja, Mamedov, and Gukesh.
Yeah, and I think this is not the real knockout stuff, yeah, because it's only 2 games. Yeah, one could argue that in a 4 games match, if you make 1 mistake, you still have 3 other games to bounce back from a loss. Here it's more and more critical. Lot at stake. From my personal experience, what I've always noticed, whenever I got knocked out from a knockout championship, I became so angry, and I had the feeling that why the tournament does not start right now when I'm in the right fighting mood. And this is the big question for me, that maybe these guys, because if you think that Firouzja has lost 3-0, I mean, he got knocked out, but maybe he will be so angry and he will be so motivated to show his best that actually a completely new Alireza will awake for the rest of the tournament.
He's a big favorite against Alexei Sarana, who we know is a very strong rapid and blitz player, but Alireza Firouzja, the big favorite going into that match. So you should have started every one of your knockout tournaments by playing a 4 games match against Stockfish to get into the right mood. Yeah.
Probably that's the right strategy. Back then there weren't any Stockfishes, but okay. Anyway,
Rupka could have done the job, maybe.
Yeah, could have. Any of the engines could have done the job. And this is kind of a very interesting thing, yeah, that now the players will feel extra pressure that, okay, come on, if I lose one more match, I'm out, or they will just cherish the moment that, come on, actually, I'm coming back from the dead. I have one extra opportunity. I think psychology plays a very important role, and whoever succeeds winning this match today will actually come with a lot of energy for the rest of the event. It might be, we have to see. I'm only speculating, but I somehow have the feeling that whoever from the losers bracket will reach the final will have the psychological advantage, because he was not even supposed to be there and he's still there. And then the guy who is so-called winning everything will find it pretty hard, to adjust to the new situation that, the guy who was already knocked out in the first round is actually bouncing back. It will be very interesting.
Could be, but the guy that wins everything could also be Magnus Carlsen, and he could just keep winning everything. One never knows how these things go. I'm not sure if all players in the lose bracket will feel differently. To me, and pardon me if I'm wrong about this, but it feels like Sarana and Mamedov already outperformed expectations by making it to this Division 1. So I don't think they should feel that much pressure. I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing, but for Alireza, for example, after at least half a year break from classical chess and then his uninspired showing yesterday, he will be feeling a lot of pressure. And if that's a good or a bad thing, if he's going to be extra motivated or will feel the heat too much, we will see in a couple minutes.
Exactly. I also watched Wesley's interview, and he had a very important and very good point. Yeah, that since he won the Global Chess Championship last year, he was automatically seeded to this event. And he says that he very much wants to perform incredibly well in this event to get into the top 2 in order to guarantee his spot in the next event. Yeah, because if you are not finishing in the first 2, then actually what happens that you have to play this play-in tournament, which is a murderous event with hundreds of brilliant players and only 6 spots. Ultra marathon, we talked about this yesterday, 8 hours marathon, and finally at the end of the day, you have to fight your way through all this jungle. Nobody is guaranteed a spot, so there is so much at stake for everyone here.
Stakes is high, money is good. There are $2 million to be won in this Champions Chess Tour. And I can't wait for the whole thing. After the losers bracket today, we of course have the main event as well. Magnus Carlsen facing Arjun Erigaisi, who crushed Alireza yesterday and made my favorite match of the day, Wesley So versus Hikaru Nakamura. I couldn't remember, but you know the things, Peter. Wesley beat Hikaru in the semifinals of this Global Chess Championship, no, in a similar format.
Exactly, yeah, that's how I also feel it. It was a very close match, just as expected. Very tough fight. 2 very solid players, but I feel like when Wesley plays with Hikaru, maybe he has the advantage that he's a more active player. Yeah, so maybe his preparation level is better. On the other hand, they are so familiar with each other, yeah, that probably it isn't so easy to surprise each other. All the Berlin defenses are coming, anti-Berlins, or in d4, d5, all these new Semitarash endgames or classical Queen's Gambits. Both have very solid repertoires. Will be very interesting to see who will be the one who gets his wheel on his opponent and will have the upper hand in the openings, because Wesley mentioned he wants to get some comfortable position that he can play quickly, that he will not fall behind on the clock. It's a perfect strategy, but if Hikaru manages to disbalance him at the beginning, then it will be very hard to keep that tempo.
Yeah, it's a strange match. They're both similar players in a sense that they don't lose much, don't make many big blunders, and often capitalize if their opponents try to push too hard. But it feels like there are also differences. I would guess that Wesley spends more time on opening prep, but Hikaru, he might be a little faster when it comes to the final part of the game. He might also be, I'm not sure if that's true, be a little tougher in that he won't get as nervous. Like he seems very confident and comfortable in himself and in his skills these days. So I find it very hard to even pick a favorite, but I very much look forward to it.
Absolutely agreed. I mean, that will be an incredible match. There is also one more interesting thing for compared to the previous Champions Chess Tours, that this year we only have 3 seconds of increment. Yeah, and I think we have to talk about this because as professional players, we know exactly what it means to switch. Yeah, if you are playing, because the 3 seconds increment is usually added in a blitz game, and then in a blitz game you are automatically playing with a much faster rhythm. So when you get the extra 3 seconds, you are actually very happy about it, because thanks to this, you won't be flagged and it looks like a fantastic bonus. But when you start the game with 15 minutes, and then the whole game gets a much slower pace, and you are always, trying to play best moves and find all the best ideas in the position, and then suddenly you end up with a few seconds on the clock, then this 10 seconds or 3 seconds make a whole different impression on the players. And here, for example, I feel that Hikaru, if it really gets down to this crazy time scramble, whatever, I mean, Hikaru's experience should give him a very nice safety net.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. Magnus, as always, the favorite against Eric Aisi. Or I still think anybody else. We could have a debate, especially when it comes to So and Nakamura. We might see that in the finals later. For now, yeah, Magnus, he's lost occasional games to not just Eric Aisi, but also some of the other Indian youngsters throughout the Champions Chess Tour. I'm sure it annoyed him because there's always headlines, of course, in the Indian media. 15-year-old prodigy, 16-year-old prodigy beats world champion. Eric Aisi is a little older. He's 19 already. He's incredibly good in this format. But I still can't see Magnus not winning that match somehow. I feel after Vike, he's going to be angry. And his level is just so high, even if things go a little wrong. We've seen yesterday against Sarana, when he gets in trouble out of the opening, he doesn't collapse, just keeps making excellent moves. He looks sharp to me.
Clearly, Magnus is a favorite. But I would like to note that I'm very impressed by Eric Aisi's opening development. And we know about this great sponsorship. We know that Srinath is working full-time for Eric Aisi. And I feel like he's getting stronger and stronger. And now that he's able to play e4, e5 against c4, c5, he also built up a very solid repertoire. And this is exactly what is required to be able to fight against the top guys. Yeah, that you are not giving them any chance. They have to fight, and they are also not happy that they are not able to target the opponent. Yeah, so I feel like Arjun made a big step forward. He has also incredible practical skills. So yes, Magnus is a favorite, clearly. And Magnus has everywhere ideas, but it's going to be tough now to find that weak spot of Arjun.
Yeah, I'm curious about this because it felt like during Vike even, where, okay, he collapsed in the end, but even before he had trouble in a lot of his games, that his openings weren't quite ready for this level yet. I think there's clearly a lot of work being done. He also tries to surprise, and sometimes he just comes with a completely new opening. In Vike, he played Grunfeld, which I don't think he had played much before, out of nowhere. And we know Grunfeld, you just don't learn overnight. So I think he's working incredibly hard and will be at the level soon in the opening. I mean, as a player, he's already, of course, there. But I don't have a feeling he's there yet with the oversight, like in the best from the best in the world. Like, okay, this is this line, this is that line. Because, of course, it also takes a while competing at that level.
That's true, but he has the surprise element, that nobody expects, nobody knows exactly what he knows and what he doesn't. Like you mentioned, this Grunfeld came out of the blue. I know exactly, because when I tried to prepare against Eric Aisi with Vincent, then suddenly we had to reckon that what happens if he plays the Grunfeld. So
I was there too. 1c4.
Yes, it's a new shock. But then suddenly in c4 he plays c5. And then you also start to respect that. Wow, I mean, okay, one sees that he did a lot of work. Then against Fabi, he did suddenly the Spanish, and he played it very nicely. That's where I feel like, the result in Vaikanzi wasn't good. I think also psychologically, probably it was too tough for him at the moment to play it, and we know exactly that if things go wrongly, then in Vaikanzi, then okay, if you are not experienced yet, you can have a tough time. But
even if things go well, you can have a tough time.
Yeah, I mean it's just tough to be there. I mean, certain
3 weeks
classical games.
It feels like because I was just there as Anish Giri's second, and yeah, you're in this hotel where everybody is, which is it's nice. It's next to the beach, but it's in the middle of nowhere. The weather is very shaky. It can be very rainy. It's always stormy and cold. And yeah, if things don't go well, you can just go a little nuts. Like you have this routine of going to one of the 2 restaurants where everybody goes. Other than that, there are not many distractions. So it's a place where you're alone with your chess, your second, and your results. It's an interesting psychological challenge. And yeah, I think you need experience or be a sicko who really likes it there. I think Magnus really loves the place.
Yeah, that's the secret of Vaikanzi. I believe that those players who enjoy this atmosphere, they play well, they are used to the situation, they just enjoy this atmosphere. They somehow, it feels like the wind is their friends. Yeah, and all the other guys who are suffering, they think like, oh my god, I mean, the wind is blowing me away. I can't set my foot in the tournament. I always have some opening problems. My opponents seem to be perfectly prepared. I'm not sleeping well. Too much noise at night due to the windstorms and whatever. But if you play well, you are in plus score, then you just enjoy the atmosphere.
And before it sounds too negative, it is a fantastic atmosphere. It's back to having all these amateur events. The whole city breezes chess, like in every cafe and so on. You can see chess pieces. Everybody wants to talk about chess. So it's beautiful, but very, very special. And I'm not sure whose quote it's from. Vishy, I think, said, a January without going Vaikanzi is not a real January. He showed up for a week. And yeah, it's highly recommended as a chess fan to show up there once. But it's long, 3 weeks. Speaking of long, the games here are fast and only 2 games. They've just started. Sarana versus Firouzja. Let's go.
Yeah, wow. And it's a d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, third move, knight c3. So Alexei Sarana sticks to his gun. He invites the Nimzo, but Firouzja is the one who declines. And after d5, suddenly Sarana goes for knight f3. This is a real shocker because if you are playing d5, you are expecting white to go for cd5, ed5, bishop g5, the Carlsen structures. And that's why he's taking now his time. What is Sarana up to?
Yeah, this is funny. Sarana seems to say, because if you go knight f3 on this level, most of the time you will get d5 anyway. But he seems to say, please make the mistake to play the Nimzo Indian. And if you don't and play d5, now I'll go knight f3. He used to play, this is one of his pet systems, CD, ED, bishop f4, which is not supposed to be anything, but I think that's how he beat Magnus. But not today. He goes knight f3. And Alireza plays an opening. I'm sure you're very familiar with the, what do we call this? The Wesley So semi-Tarash?
Exactly, yeah. This is this endgame or this isolated pawn business. Yeah, white has this option to go bishop g5 and fight against the isolated pawn, or to go e4, and then we get all these famous endgames, which seems ugly for black, but white hasn't been able to prove anything, and it's very forced, and for the moment it looks quite dead from the white side.
Yeah. So they try this, and now, yeah, e3 is the most natural move. White players have tried every little nuance here you can think of, rook d1, queen a4 check, and so on, and rook d1 is played. He did this, bishop e6, queen a4 check, indeed. Moving out of the way voluntarily. When knight c6 the most normal move. But now, does white have e4? Is that the point of this move order? Somehow, my memory is bad as usual, but I think I recall that knight b7 was a move here. It's also what the compy says.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. There are all these move orders and whatever. Also, one of the questions, yeah, and e4 on the board.
Sarana, incredibly well prepared with white. He has a very narrow repertoire, so I'm not sure it's ready because he repeats his lines a lot for Vaikanzi, let's say, but he's so good in this format because he always has like some small ideas, puts a lot of pressure in blitz and rapid. Like I said, I always study Sarana games because he always gets some idea against every line.
Yeah, wow. Now, I mean, this is a very special position. Maybe it's the first time that we see this position. It didn't really happen. One question that after this rook d1, was black forced to play bishop e6, or could he have played maybe knight c6 first?
Sure, yeah. I think this is also a line.
Then also queen
so
a4,
bad.
yeah.
Some queen b6 maybe exists.
Yeah, millions of details here. All these move orders can drive anyone crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, bishop e6, queen a4 check, knight c6, e4 on the board, and Alireza taking his time, which means that he's out of book. It's not something that you don't remember, because then automatically you would still blitz out your moves.
Position is very special, so if you looked at it, you would know what to do. But that direct threats, so he has to be careful. If you go h6, let's say, takes, ed5, white is already winning. Takes, and this pin is lethal. Like show e2, so there's no queen e7 check, and next move c4, white wins. Of course, h6 was a little cooperative, but he has to calculate now if he can castle, which seems to be the only good move, if I can believe my screen.
Exactly. I mean, okay, that's the main question, that what happens if he castle, that can white make good use of the pin immediately, or should he just continue with bishop e2? That's a big question.
Let's try the primitive way. Takes, and e takes. Like a
Well,
take.
here I assume that the tempo will help us.
And bishop e2. Still threatening c4, so you better be sure.
Wow, my gut feeling was that I'm going to go rook e8, c4, queen e7, but this is apparently not good.
Because of the move queen to b5.
Wow.
Very deep. Covering e2. And after queen e7, there's rook takes d5.
Yeah, this is I think what Alireza is now faced with. He's calculating this line because he has to make sure that he's not losing anything after castles.
Yeah.
Because
he might
yeah, I mean, for us it's easy because I have just seen that on our screen that instead of rook e8, knight e7 is a computer move, and he says that, you know, I can solve all the problems with the pin, but this is a very special idea.
One idea that's maybe more human, although it's also tough, is this a6 and then to meet c4 with b5. But even that, we have to be very, very sure. It's knight e7, I still don't understand, to be honest.
Well, bishop c6.
Point is c4, bishop c6.
Yes.
Yeah?
I mean, as usual with computer ideas, once you see them, it makes perfect sense, but it's so difficult.
Yeah.
And Alireza has to foresee this already while making his decision before castles.
No, this is a great practical try. Like I said, knight c6, I think maybe knight e7 if you want to avoid these problems. The good news for Alireza is maybe that every other move seems bad. Also, castle is, of course, the move you want to play. Like, get out of this pin, develop. What else? What else could he do? Like, I don't really see an alternative. Takes, just loses a piece. h6 we've shown doesn't work. d4, knight takes d4. It's also bad.
Yes.
So maybe that's just no good move. Bishop d7, ed5. Yeah, if everything else loses, you might as well castle and calculate then.
Yeah, castles, and then, you know, if he spends like 4 minutes or 5 minutes for castles and suddenly we blitz out bishop e2, it will be another very unpleasant surprise, because then you realize that, yes, castle was the right move. My opponent knew that he can't take on f6 and he's not winning any material right away. But then after bishop e2, you are faced with completely new problems, and you have to burn the clock again. Yeah, for example, computer says that now you have to play the move a6, which is again not easy.
Yeah, and also computer says white is a little better. I think knight c6 even objectively might not be the move. So Alireza in trouble here early on against Alexei Sarana. And yeah, it's a tricky thing with this line, which I think at the highest level is maybe the most popular line now in this position after knight f3. Everybody studied it, and with the computer you always get your zeros. But you're also a sitting duck because it's the priority on everybody's list. What do we do against the Wesley Tarash? And people will come with ideas, as we see here by Sarana. So I'm curious where this is going to go, because it's so tempting, because you can force these zeros we all want with black by just clicking the button, and the territory doesn't seem so big. But the practical results, I'm not sure how good they've been, because you often get hit, and even often when the computer says equal, you have this isolated pawn. It's a very, very tempting, but very tricky line to play.
Exactly, and also now Alireza is faced with the fact that he lost 3 games yesterday, and Today it's only a 2 games match. If he, he might feel very nervous that something goes wrong, and it already looked like it went wrong. He might end up losing this game, then he will be in a must-win situation again, just to stay alive in the tournament. So the prize is very high now.
Yeah. Alireza under pressure. Let's briefly have a look at the other game that we have running. Rauf Mamedov against Gukesh. Mamedov with the white pieces plays another of his trusted weapons, the C3 Sicilian. He can play the Rosolimo, but I've seen him play plenty of Lapins as well. Yeah, this is one of the main lines. Pawn to e6, and I guess knight to a3. Oh no, he goes bishop d3.
Wow.
So this was the move here, then to jump.
Yeah, he's a little bit mixing ideas, no? It feels to me,
Yeah.
because if you are not using knight AC, knight b5 ideas, then this is just completely empty from white's perspective.
Yeah, now black just gets to develop, can choose even when he wants to take on d4. And white having to play h3 here is also not a sign that everything is going great. He doesn't want to move this knight yet, because after cd, he wants it on c3. But yeah, this doesn't look very impressive.
Not at all. It basically invites Gukesh to play chess, and he's very good at. Yesterday, he had the problem that he never really got a chance to show his skills against Hikaru.
7. Black is just slightly better. All the pieces are out. White is the weak pawn and none of the initiative or attack that you would normally hope to get in return for this d4 pawn.
Yeah, now white had to play the move a3 to stop knight b4.
Knight a5, very direct. I would think about rook ac8 first. But Gukesh jumps into action. He wants some knight b3, bishop f3 threats.
Yeah, and after b4, he actually simply captured an f3, took everything and went for rook ac8.
Still looks, yeah, only black can be better now with these pawns.
Yeah, and the knight jumping to c4.
Knight b5 is nothing, yeah, then knight c6 back.
And then the other knight to d5.
Yeah, this guy is misplaced.
Yeah, okay, this is a very comfortable advantage. I mean, very comfortable position for Gukesh. If it's a real advantage, we don't know, but okay, it's a dream.
Maybe white can survive just by exchanging everything and trying to limit the material. No, it looks ugly, but at least there's some targets here. Maybe.
And we know that 4 versus 3 with these double pawns in the rook endgame is actually quite a nice, easy draw. This gives some safety net for white.
Back to Alireza, who did take his time, but he did castle. And as you said, then Sarana is going to blitz up bishop e2, because of course Sarana checked this and he knows bishop f6 doesn't work. And Alireza's clock is ticking again.
Ticking down to 5 minutes and new problems. This a6 move is very difficult because the move castles was kind of the only move. Yeah, you make sure you don't lose a piece. You convince yourself that, okay, I have to do it. But now to play the move a6, it might require, again, a lot of time, or maybe he will just out of nervousness play d4, just to give this pawn and get rid of that problem and try to be active, but it might be just a pawn.
Yeah. The threat is once again to take, so h6. We've seen this before. There is not enough time. Now with the bishop on e2, there's no unpinning. So his choices between these two moves, it looks like.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the big question that do you spot a6? Well, if he suddenly would have spotted a6 in the other line, then maybe it helps him. But white also has the option of capturing with the knight on d5. That's another issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, just finish this. Yeah, that's okay. Here, white.
Alireza does play. He does play d4.
Yes.
Yeah, this a6 was difficult.
Yeah, it's the practical choice. I mean, okay, no matter what, you know that white has won the opening battle, but you also want to get out of this move pair, move prep, and let's somehow play chess. Yeah, but of course now white has the advantage.
Yeah, he has to play chess, a pawn down.
Yeah, now the first question: do we take probably with the queen? Yeah, we take with the queen.
I guess queen, yeah, because rook d4, queen b6 looks like black is being annoying.
Yes.
Although maybe it continues, I'm not sure. To cover the pawn.
Yeah,
Queen takes looks more natural. So.
Yeah, if there is nothing immediate, white might return with the bishop to e3. Yeah, so yeah, also there is plenty of pressure on black. But queen takes d4 is of course the most natural. Takes, and then black faces a big question that do I trade and then try to use the momentum in the endgame, or do I go queen a5?
Yeah.
Queen a5, bishop d2 is the typical retreating move, and who knows who won the tempo.
So knight e5 becomes a threat here, it's unclear. The good news for Alireza is Sarana seems to be out of book after, just as I said, as he blitzes out takes and queen takes. After d4, well, it's the first time he thought. It's also the usual thing. It's one of the million lines you prepare. Maybe you've seen on your screen after d4, white is better, and then, yeah, no need to go further. It's already a dream outcome. Yeah?
Exactly.
Queen takes d4 plate.
And now it's such a tough choice, yeah, because queen a5, bishop d2 disturbs. On the other hand, the other alternative to trade the queens, and then white has a very healthy pawn structure. It's just that you have to do something move pen move in order to annoy white, otherwise you are just lost. So takes h6, for example. Yeah, let's just kick this bishop to solve the pin. If bishop e3, you have bishop c5. Tempo, look, this is bishop b4. I mean, then I feel like there is some hope.
Depends, no? If, even if you take this pawn, now you can take a pawn back.
Let me take it.
Yeah.
But while we are discussing, Alireza opted for queen a5. Understandable. He doesn't want to trade queens.
Bishop d2 blitzed out. Maybe I was too early saying Sarana's out of book. But it's also a natural move, and he's a very good blitz player. So he's had time to think as well.
And
this is tough as well.
Less than 3 minutes after move 14.
5 pawns, 3 minutes. Not a great start. What does he do now? Just queen somewhere. Computer says rook fd8, but to allow this knight d5 trump looks very strange to me.
Exactly. I mean, giving up the dark square bishop, it's not what you hope to do.
Yeah. Now we could take the bishop or exchange everything. And he's played bishop c5. That's the natural follow-up here. Taking the queen. But since the computer didn't give it, it's not that great a move. White actually has a very nice shot here.
Yeah, which is kind of maybe not that easy if you are not prepared. Yeah, knight a4 is an incredible. Yeah, bishop d4, bishop takes a5, and then now the bishop is hanging on d4, and also black does not have the move rook d8 to protect the bishop, because the bishop on a5 covers the d8 square. And bishop e5 is met by bishop c3 with perfect harmony.
It's really incredible how everything works. Yeah, takes, and both pawns are covered all of a sudden. Even this line continues, like bishop c7, knight c5. Takes, and white needs a quiet move, but now he's much better. The structure is always such a dream against this knight on f6. But yeah, it's much easier if you're a comp. Let's see if Sarana comes up with this. Or if he plays maybe the more human move, queen d3, which is also fine, just to go back and castle. Nope, but he does go knight a4. Whoa.
On the board, yeah.
He means business.
Yeah, really worried for Alireza. I can see him on the screen that he's so focused because he knows that he's fighting for his life. But, I mean, what can he do?
And he might also still be playing against Stockfish 15-1 or whatever Sarana used to prepare this. It's a very, very unpleasant spot to be in. So this endgame is on the board. Now bishop c3 is a beautiful move. It also comes so quickly. Now he still knows this. You don't play all the first moves so quickly.
Well, but I mean, maybe he simply knew the direction and then he knows the spirit. Yeah, I'm not sure that he is, because then he could still be like 14.5 minutes. He already did spend 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's true.
All. Bishop
c7 also played. Yeah, this is what we had. And now this knight c5, bishop a2, f3 sequence.
Yeah, this is an incredibly tough choice. Yeah, because it also looks natural to play first f3. Do you include knight c5 or do you start with f3? It's a big question. But f3 allows knight d7, and then maybe the knight on a4 will be awkward. Who knows?
Also after f3 you can still take, and the only good move is knight c5, or the best move probably, because it's a threat.
Yeah, this is the argument that you might start with knight c5 just to limit black's options.
Yeah. We can't keep our extra pawn, or we could by taking, but taking feels like it throws away the advantage. Now bishop a5 is there, and even the structure. It's so good defensively with the bishops. I don't think you win this normally.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, this would give away all the advantage. I mean, the question is that maybe Alexei knows that, you know, it's supposed to be very good for white, and then you might, you know, get confused that knight c5, bishop takes a2, f3. It looks nice, but is this what computer wants? Maybe computer wanted something more, yeah? And then you automatically feel yourself trying to search for something more which might not exist in the position.
He is taking his time now. But it's trouble, because this threat of rook a1 picking up the two bishops,
yes,
is very, very nasty. If this bishop goes back, then you take, and you have a dream position with the two bishops and weaknesses in the black pawn structure.
Yeah, that is basically almost a technical loss. Yeah, such structures.
Yeah. Sarana needs to find it, but he has time.
Yeah, 10 minutes versus 2 minutes, and f3 on the board. However, after bishop a2, knight c5, it did reach the same position.
Okay, he spotted he just allowed this extra option, but Alireza wants his pawn back, understandably. Took. Still suffering. b6 looks like the most normal movie, I was going to say, but now you get hit by this rook a1.
Yes, rook a1.
And bishop e6, knight takes. This is very, very ugly. Bishop c4. Alireza still in trouble.
In a lot of trouble. Now, the only problem for white is that both knight a6 and rook a1 are very tempting, because with knight a6 we can also get the dark square bishop.
It's running out of squares here. Bishop f4, g3. At some point we get one of the bishops.
But yeah, I like Sarana's choice, of course. Also, it was your main move, rook a1.
Looks cleaner, no? You force the issue.
It's a set choice, but bc5, rook a2 is just also terrible.
It's too ugly, yeah. I think he has to go back.
But on the other hand, also bishop e6 takes looks horrible. No,
he does play bc.
Yeah, he takes bc, and he might want to go knight d7 quickly, trying to get bishop e5. I mean, somehow to trade these dark square bishops, but Sarana will not give it. Maybe bishop b5 comes after knight d7. Just not to let this bishop... No, bishop b6. Wow.
It's another sad move to make. Okay. He's trying to say, if your king goes here, I will chase it around. Not sure how big a threat that is. But that's his point. And Sarana says, no, thank you. I'd like to block it. Now just king e2, king f2, king e2 here. Sarana playing very natural, strong moves. What can you say?
Yeah, also very easy for him. Knight e8 will be met probably by e5, and then knight c7, knight e6. Yeah, this is the way to try to hold.
But we don't need e5 yet, right? The knight isn't doing that much. The bishop can go to d5 or a6.
Yeah, that's true. And even this knight c7, knight e6, knight d4 check might not reach anything. White can play something like e5, king e3, f4, king e4, g4, and just control everything on the light squares.
It's a dream position, but now he has to show technique. The good news for Alireza, if you want to find any good news, is he's not a pawn down, but everything else is wrong. White has the two bishops. He has weaknesses. The bishop on b6 is bad. And white just has a winning majority built in here that he just has to find a way how to push.
Yeah, and this bishop on c4 is such a monster. And Alireza is done to 1 minute 24, and yes, here it also comes this 3 seconds increment, because with 10 seconds you make a couple of quick moves and immediately you get 20-30 seconds extra. Here it will never help. It just keeps you in check with the clock.
Yeah, Alireza probably also kicking himself for his opening choice, thinking, I did all this work for the candidates. I could have played the Vienna, the Queen's Gambit, Ragozin, anything. I had to play the stupid line and I fall for this. Now he has to sit there, defend. This is very, very ugly position. He doesn't look thrilled.
No, not at all.
Let's check back in with Ralphie. Ralphie's still suffering. Didn't go knight b5.
Yeah, that was a missed chance. Yeah, because it's knight b5.
Just the wrong side. No, you had to jump. Yeah.
And immediately Gukesh, what a lovely move. Rook c4 to c8. Probably very easy to miss. Lovely move.
But he also had this, no? Like, is this so easy for white? Oh, then he wanted takes,
D5.
and d5.
And
yeah,
D5,
that's the point. Yeah. Maybe still worse, but maybe not so much.
Yeah, you don't want to let this happen.
That was still there, more or less, no? Takes, and d5. This.
Then rook d8.
Then rook d8.
Yes, probably he wants. Yeah. Inviting d6.
So the game was knight back to c3. Sign something had gone wrong. Also, don't like the move in general. White is obviously worse. I think he has to try to simplify the position and try to exchange and somehow make a draw, keeping the pieces here. So he's in for a rough time.
Yeah, very unpleasant. Also low on the clock. Yes, 3. But okay, yes, he had to play d5 and he opted for d5.
Looking for counterplay. A-B. How's this go? Bishop takes.
Bishop b6. And okay, there we might have the chance to ditch this 4 versus 3. But if it's rook knight versus rook knight, then it's terrible news for white.
Yes, on the board.
But rook e8, can we go d6? Maybe d6 is a chance.
That's the point, yeah, because if you go, I don't know. Here, I don't think you survive this.
This you don't survive for sure. But after d6, we get exactly those type of positions which are ugly and bad, but holdable maybe.
Knight has to give itself for the pawn.
Yes. And then the bishop gets back to e3. Now the bishop endgame is though, and the rook endgame is though. Yeah. So basically, the stronger side has to try to keep all the pieces on the board. But it's so difficult to create any pass pawns against this construction. This should be holdable.
It's a bit like Leko Kramnik, no? 2004.
Yeah, but there I had, this chance to create something thanks to the double pawns.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting that here I feel like this f2, f3 pawns with this cemented bishop on e3.
It's perfect.
Makes it much easier. Exactly.
White can just sit, and these pawns are very weak attackers, but they're great defenders, because whatever pawns Black throws this way, you can always exchange them without Black getting a pass pawn. So it's actually a very good defense formation with this setup. We will see. Gukesh went rook d7, not rook e8. Also good choice, not allowing any d6. de, rook d1 loses. So bishop d4. The point is now you can't go knight d5 because of bishop g7. Bishop
Exactly.
d4. Now you can take here. But this pawn is hanging.
Yeah, the pawn is hanging. But okay, at least you have this d pawn. But if white king gets to d3 blockading it, then it's all good news. So the question, can you push immediately? But bishop f8, oops.
Ouch.
Yes, this is a decisive motive, because if not for d4, if black has to waste time, then king e2, king d3 comes and we hold. Probably.
Okay. Mamedov fighting for survival, as is Alireza, but the position simplified a bit. I'm not sure I like this from White's perspective.
Yeah,
so this happened.
He played.
And I don't like this rook hd1 because there are no entry squares here. Like, start pushing, you guys. Yeah, he went back. Alireza reshuffled. Maybe he thinks it's just a technical win, but it doesn't feel like the max somehow.
Yeah, the position is so bad that even despite it looking that black made big progress, it still looks very unpleasant.
Sure. Also looks like he's relying only on piece play. Like, I don't know, it felt like there must have been time to to grab a little space on the king side, which is normally useful in these situations.
Yeah, and now look at this defense by Alireza. Bishop c7, so he gives the pawn, bishop takes a6, knight d4, and just forget the pawn. We are trading one of White's monster bishops. The knight on d4 with the pawn on c5 is a nice construction. If we trade the dark squares, then Black will sit with his king on d6. Practically speaking, now he has a chance.
Maybe even objectively, no, with a stupid king on a4.
Yeah, king on a4 is stuck. I mean, one could argue that takes, and then f4, bishop c4, that you get this construction. Black will not be able to do anything, but how do you get that king?
Start swapping.
Yeah, you are swapping some more pawns.
And we can touch these pawns after g3 takes 96. Feels like a draw to me.
Wow. And Alireza done to 20 seconds. This is exactly what you need. Change of dynamics in the position. It will be much easier to defend.
Yeah. Now Sarana let him off the hook a little there. I'm also not sure about this king march. If it had to be done, like if you just keep the position, king d3, f4.
Exactly.
H4.
Just play normal. King d3, f4, e5, then king to e4, and then create with h4, h5 weaknesses on the king side. It should have been an elemental win.
Should just collapse. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Now he goes bishop f2. He has to keep the dust. Practically speaking, he had to.
But now, set of pawns disappear, and that increases the defensive chances greatly. Because White no longer has this automatic push on the king side.
Yeah, but still, okay, now that Black is still stuck with this horrible weakness on a6, with 15 seconds on the clock, it should be very unpleasant.
But he's starting to make mistakes, Sarana. King a5 was also not...
A knight e6, bishop e3, then bishop f4 or knight f4 or what exactly?
Something to f4. Even this, all of a sudden, it seems counterplay.
Wow, bishop e3 played.
Jumpy.
Knight f4 played.
Alireza is in his element now. He has a jumpy knight. He can calculate short lines. And Sarana gave him some breathing space.
The only question, will the time be enough for Alireza? Knight d3 played.
b3, probably only chance you have to keep the b pawn. Oh no, he takes.
Wow, he wants to trap that knight.
Do you trap it? Oh, and Alireza takes. And the knight is trapped indeed. Bishop e2. Knight takes b2 was a mistake. The way to play was bishop c7 check. Then if the king goes here, then you can take on e2. And after king a4, you take on b2 with check. But after knight b2 directly, Alireza had defended so greatly, and then he collapses with no time left on his clock here. Now this knight is just stuck there forever.
Yeah, g6 played. He's trying to create a counterplay with the h-pawn.
It doesn't matter. Bishop d4.
Yeah, no, it looks...
e5 you even take. You might even have time to go g5.
On the board. It should just win.
Oof. Takes, and yeah, now g5 I like. Just stopping any nonsense. And then we slowly move here. King b4 probably wins, but yeah, g5 is a classy move, and it's played by Sarana, who's going to win this game now. Oof.
Wow, what a drama, because after all, I had a chance, but with this 10-12 seconds, it was just impossible to get adjusted to this move pen move calculation. Yeah, he just couldn't play by hand.
Yeah, he's trying last chance to walk with the king in here, but it should not be enough.
I mean, we have king d1 at the end, yeah, after king e3, just to make...
Keep everything tight. This pawn you can have, and sooner or later we'll win. Yeah.
Wow.
And you can see it on Alireza's face. He knows it's over. Rough stretch for him. No, losing 4 rapid games in a row. I'm not sure this has ever happened to him.
Yeah, probably never. By the way, the other game disappeared. What happened? Was it a draw? I'm expecting that it was a draw if it ended so quickly, but...
No, Mamedov lost.
Wow. There was some beautiful trick.
d7 and some action. Bishop d6, bishop f6, bishop f4. And... he had to go rook d8 check, but he missed it.
Yeah, okay. He also had probably very little time, and all these tactics Impossible.
A lot of crazes to
calculate,
feel. Look at this. Rook c8 and the good move is bishop e7 check.
Yeah.
Point of view, take 95. King e8, rook c2. White can still.
Yeah, okay, probably we should get back to Alireza's game.
Yeah, let's just show the finish.
Yes.
Takes. Still about equal, actually. But now he blundered e5 after f4. White should make a draw. But he blundered rook d1, e5. 95, rook c1. Black wins a piece at the game. Okay, back to Alireza, but it's also gone.
So it's finished. Then he just resigned, yeah?
Yeah, okay. It was a piece down.
Yes.
Oh, no, here we are.
You don't resign. But wow, king b3, king c5, and Sarana goes f4. Okay, it's good
Also
enough.
nice.
Yes, very nice.
It's very clean, actually.
Because now he can stalemate the opponent, and then he's forced
Wait
to
for
play
h6.
h5.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yes, it's very nice.
Queen h1 is also nice, just stopping everything. And the game is over. Convincing victory by Lexi Sarana. There we see the celebratory zip of water. Alireza with 0 out of 4. The Audi, as we call it in Germany.
Yeah, he just didn't have a chance to get into the game in this one.
Yeah,
I mean, wonderful, tricky, rapid blitz preparation by Sarana.
Always. I'm serious. If you're D4 players and you want a very tricky wide repertoire, just study Sarana games. In any line, he has some nasty, tricky stuff.
I know, because I can reveal a secret. One of my ways to prepare with black is I make sure that I'm prepared against all of Sarana's tricks.
For sure. You got it. Even in the E3 Nimzo, you start checking what does Sarana do. He has this line, that line. I mean, he's so tricky. And I was talking to some of the German players that face him regularly in these Title Tuesday and so on. And they say, you know exactly what's coming, but it's still so hard because he knows his line incredibly well to move 25. And you know it's zeros, but there's always like some more tricks coming. And he might change a little very, very late. He's very deeply into all this stuff. He's a very, very nasty wide practical player. And really, especially geared to these blitz and rapid formats that he plays, where normally opponents don't have a lot of time to prepare for him. And he's always prepared. It's always his line. So yeah, big fan of his opening approach.
Yeah, now also we got the information, I think, that there are 5 minutes breaks between the games, so we will have non-stop action.
Oh, I was gonna say see you in 5 minutes.
No, probably we don't have that time, because also the Gukesh game, let's just get back to the Gukesh game, because you mentioned that there at the end Mamedov blundered and f4 was a draw, but I just wanted to, how easy was that f4 move? Because f4, rook c4, and after rook d1 you have rook d8, you have bishop c5 check. Okay, yeah, this is a draw.
You can get this, but it's a draw. Yeah.
Yes, and after rook d8 there is bishop c5 check. No, bishop c5 check, no, then king e8.
One of this.
You can protect like this. Okay, this is very nice. But let's just show this bishop c5 check, then king e8, and then if you trade, then okay, luckily you have bishop b6 check. But it was kind of funny that the bishop on c5, knight on c6 were hanging. But thanks to the check, you survived.
I won't survive if I don't run to the bathroom. We'll be right back for the next game here. Alireza Firouzja and Rauf Mamedov in must-win situations, or they're out of the tournament. See you then. or bishop e7, let's say, you can take a knight d5. Which looks very unpleasant. I'm not sure how bad it is, but it doesn't look nice. Maybe it's not so bad, actually.
Yeah, nowadays it's like crazy. Yeah, all these Sveshnikov type of positions.
Yeah. Even in the Spanish, we get these positions nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. It's so hard to, because white has this lovely d5 square. One can argue that now I'm going to go knight e2, I'm going to go bishop c4, cement this knight on d5. But in some positions, it's absolutely fine. And some positions, black gets very good counterplay.
This doesn't look so terrible for black to me.
Yeah. And then knight d7, rook c8, castles, h5, h4. Yeah, all these moves are kind of thematic.
We'll see what Serrano chooses. He does seem out of book. So this is what Alireza needed. A very sharp position, calculating, and his opponent not making 100 moves, because Serrano, as we've established, great theoretician. But now he faced a tough choice, knight b7 or bishop e7 with these lines. We were debating. After bishop e7, should be said, why is not forced to take here? You can still, I was going to say, still play knight b3, but knight g4 maybe. Yeah?
Maybe, yes.
Or knight takes e4. Maybe.
Wow, knight takes e4, and then there is queen e3 check, yeah? Because I missed that you have this queen e3 check. Wow, this is...
beautiful.
And bishop e7 on the board.
Wow, he's tough. He's a tough guy to surround.
Okay, but he was the one who chose g6 against bishop d3 and then opted for e5. I mean, he should know what he's doing.
Maybe he just knows, yeah. Very impressive stuff.
It's kind of, you don't, on one hand, you want to take on f6 and guarantee some small age. On the other hand, you might not be sure that that is a small age. You are in a must-win situation. You are tempted to keep all the pieces on the board. And then suddenly after knight b3, you are noticing this knight takes e4 and knight g4 ideas. A lot to calculate.
Also, Alireza must be getting frustrated. No, you're thinking, this guy, I outrate him by a lot. I get the knight off. I play the 6 bishop d3, which I looked at, and he just blitzes out every move. I mean, it's more explainable if Alireza already played this in the qualifier, because of course Serrano will have prepared for this match.
Exactly, yeah, this is the trick, yeah, that he played the move bishop d3 in the qualifying event. Otherwise, it might have come as a surprise to Serrano. Okay, let's get into these bishop f6, knight d5 positions, because okay, we are positional players, we enjoy this.
I'm so used from all my stupid Spanishes to the computer showing zeros in these types of positions that I'm not even that scared with black.
But you see, this was exactly my question, that is humanly natural to provoke b4, or you think that b4 is a useful move? Because Serrano opted for queen d8 immediately.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna go bishop g5. No, he did go for knight d7. This is
he lost this. I'm not sure I like this.
But okay, knight f6, knight f6.
He wants queen takes, maybe. Yeah? I would guess he wants. I don't know. Knight f6. I don't know. I just hate the structure. Maybe it's more of a bias, but I'm always very uncomfortable here.
Yeah, it's kind of okay. It's a nice position from the white side. On the other hand, okay, if black only needs a draw, he might be thinking that okay, I'm gonna go queen c7, long castle. I also gonna go long castle. I have all these d6, d5 breaks, and it might be a bit better. But in a must-win situation, white is also not so happy.
Yeah, it's fair. And knight f6, of course, is a strange move to make. But if queen takes, knight c3, is this anything?
Yeah, this is not. I mean, you're gonna go queen d3, long castles.
It's a bit unpleasant, yeah?
This is, yeah. This is serious.
Yeah, wow, so knight is not stable yet?
Yeah, g4 is also coming. But I don't see Alireza taking on f6. If it would be the first game, maybe, but like this, no. Yeah, he goes knight e2 to c3.
But now it's a standard position. Now black is just fine. Bishop g5. Like this setup, we know white has too many pieces for the d5 square.
Exactly. I mean, okay, bishop g5 is so thematic.
Yeah, then castle or h5 first, even. All this stuff. No, he starts with rook c8. I don't like it. He keeps allowing knight f6.
Yeah.
Really don't like this move. Now with the knight on c3, this might just be a mistake.
I mean, anyway, you will have to move that bishop from f6. Then why do you give a choice for white?
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't seem to be scared of the structure, but I think he's wrong.
Okay, it's a solid structure. I think your problem is a little bit that because these are the knight of structures. Yeah, you are coming from e4, e5. Then
I hate them.
Yes,
That's
I
the same
understand.
structure.
Yeah, it's not as bad, but I mean, rook takes c, the ideas are hanging in the air. They don't want to. Yeah, these guys
And
don't.
bishop
want
a2. Yeah, they just see it very differently. It's interesting. Okay, next chance for bishop g5. No.
No.
Okay, I'll stop yelling for knight takes f6. Now losing a tempo is no longer so tempting.
Yeah, but it also probably shows a lot of respect from Sadhana side that if bishop g5, he's worried of some quick g3, h4, and he did not want to step into it. It's the only reason I can you just go back one move? Yeah, so if instead of castles, we go bishop g5, that we are always claiming that maybe g3 is a little bit bothering and h4.
But that's also why I don't like castles, because here you have h5 and you're threatening h4.
Yeah, and
so
against h4 we go bishop
go.
and maybe king f8, king g7. Yeah, just keep the rook on h8.
This looks fine.
Yeah, looks absolutely fine. Yeah. I mean, white cannot castle long. If white could jump with his king to b1, it would be a catastrophe for black, but it's impossible.
Finally, the bishop made it to g5. Sarana made us wait, but he did go queen d3. It was a little non-specific. And now after g3, I guess still h5. And it won't be easy. So checkmate black here. Very sturdy still.
Exactly. I mean, the king on e1. I mean, white will have to play some f4 and then long castle, but f4, e takes f4 might not end well.
Also, we have bishop g4 stopping long castles. Yeah, this is very dangerous. No, Serrano's doing fine.
Actually, it looks like Serrano was like a great psychologist. Yeah, he understood that there is no way others are going to take on f6 and play these very, very tiny little better positions because he's in a must-win situation. And if he wants to keep all the pieces, then actually I can trick him like this.
Yeah, now he can make all the useful moves. King g7, h5, h4. And it's very unclear how white wants to develop his play. I mean, it's a nice square and the pawn is weak, but you have to move the knight at some point to open the sides to d6, and it's not going to be easy to manufacture. Black also has knight c5 with the tempo when he needs it. I like black's position.
Yeah, this is a very comfortable position with black. It's also very easy to play. I mean, unless white will ask a very direct question on the pawn on d6, black will just be making his natural routine moves.
I'm not sure if he wants f5. Nah, h5. Oh yeah, he does. I was going to say maybe he doesn't want it, but it looks very natural also to discourage g3 a little. So now you can always go h4. Alireza goes king h1. h4 is blitzed out. He does want to stop this g3. Now king g7 or knight c5 if you're worried about knight b4. Yeah, this looks precise, no? Like to chase the queen away from the d6 pawn.
Yeah, it's kind of the moment when you are probably faced with the question that knight b4 is a threat or not, and maybe you don't want to let that happen.
Because this is the autopilot move, but then you have to calculate this business. Bishop e7, I guess.
And there is always a move like bishop e7, but humanly it's so difficult to remove that bishop from g5. It feels like white becomes the moral winner of the scenario.
Although here at least this knight is such an idiot. I hate the structure a little less with the knight on b4.
Yeah, no, I mean, we would never take on e6, but then we don't have any other good move, yeah? King g7 played.
He does play the normal move, yeah. He's not afraid of knight b4, he's saying. And he's probably right.
But probably white has to play, I mean, white has to try this knight b4.
Gotta do something.
I mean, also to see, is black really willing to go back with the bishop to e7, or is he trying to find some tactical justification? Do you have any other move? Because taking on a2 would always be a strategical concession. This humanly nobody would ever
a little
consider.
sad, yeah, because then you're always, there's always the shadow of good knight bad bishop hanging over your head. Well, the computer says it's fine. It takes a knight b6 if you want to play very directly. But it just doesn't look like anything you do.
Yeah, you don't want to give this chance for your opponent.
So what else can he do if he doesn't go knight
No,
b4?
he opts for queen e2. Just he
wants to play.
sidesteps.
Now there's no longer pressure on this pawn even. Question is what black does next, yeah? Like b5
Exactly.
or not b5. I'd be a little reluctant. I can see the computer says it's a good move, but I'd be a little worried to touch this construction. I wasn't sure I had a good reply to a4.
I had the same thoughts that I even wanted to ask, what do you think that do we want to go b5 or not? Because I'm also not sure about it.
How does this go? Let's just see the compy. Yeah, compy says, no, this is just stupid. You can even take and you're much better. But yeah, Sarana feels the same way. Doesn't want to touch this, goes knight c5. Natural move, but a bit unclear where this knight is headed. No, I'm not sure what it does there, really. Because you never want to take.
Knight on c5 is the only problem for white is that it would be lovely to be able to play gc f4, but you are not able because you cannot afford to open up the h file.
No, that's why h5, h4 is so nice. It makes this bishop untouchable almost. Queen f2, Alireza just keeps maneuvering. Yeah, maybe this knight c5 was a little encouraging because it's unclear what it's doing there. Just move it back. But you don't do that, of course.
Yeah, maybe not to play b5. Does it make sense? But yeah, the knight on c5 is doing so little. Yeah, it stops a4, but
yeah.
Do we provoke b4? I mean, b4, knight d7, rook d3, and then bishop b3, rook fd1 is some kind of a play.
Yeah, it goes rook c6. Also, I guess, typical knight of move. Keeping an eye on this, but allowing knight b4 with tempo, so it's double edge. What's his point after knight b4? Just back. Yeah, he still doesn't care about the structure. Yeah, it's understandable.
And I think here maybe it's like one more move you can show there after fe6. That I think it's very important that after knight d3, maybe that black does not trade the knights. Just move the knight back to d7. And then white has these two awkward knights, no real squares. Black goes simply queen e7, knight f6, yeah, and so on. Enjoys life.
Not sure he's enjoying life, but he will if he doesn't lose this game, because then he eliminates the great Alireza Firouzja. Still a lot of chess to be played here, of course. Alireza thinking about knight b4, I'm sure. Because white also doesn't have a lot of natural resources. No, he can't double rooks on the d file. He can't touch the king side. He could try to expand here, but it's also unclear if that's not just weakening. b4, knight d7, black says, thank you for weakening all these squares.
Well, I mean, there is some argument behind b4 and then put the bishop on b3 and then go rook d3, yeah, just to protect the c2 pawn. And then try to double. But
and
yeah,
knight b4 played?
Yes, exactly. And bishop d5.
Rook back and bishop d5, saying, please take, but of course, black will never take. Yeah, strange position. He wants knight d3. Black should be ready to meet knight d3 with knight d7 still, maybe?
Yeah, let's just protect the c7 pawn. I don't know. Queen c7, queen e7, where do we put it?
Here. Ah, now there's tactics.
Okay, but for example, if not for tactics, we should also then after show it. But yeah, show the tactic first. Yeah, that takes. I mean, it's so counterintuitive because now white got this monster knight on d5 and then computer says queen c2 and black is better.
Yeah, this bishop is also nice. It's not your typical bad bishop, which does a lot of stuff. But yeah, it's not easy to even consider for a human mind and its pattern recognition. So the human move, I would think, is just knight d7. Right?
Exactly, and then you might go knight b6 or knight f6, depending on the situation. And then eventually black will be threatening to capture on d5 because the c2 pawn is hanging also.
Sarana taking his time here. Is queen e7 bad? It also looks normal. Ah, but then after knight d3 we can't go back. Yes, that's the drawback. But even such a position. Should be some small progress for white to exchange a pair of knights. but you still don't get the grip you're hoping for, no?
Exactly, yeah, because if bishop e6, f e6, then you can always protect the d6 pawn with rook c6. Then you will also start pushing this b5 probably and create counterplay against the c2 pawn. Rook c7 played, a bit mysterious.
Feels artificial, but maybe it's fine. Same idea, 93, 97.
It's probably fine, but it's a bit strange that he played rook c6, rook c8, rook c7. These last three moves feel a bit artificial.
Yeah.
I noticed that Serena is a very fast player. Yeah, he always makes sure that he's up on the clock. And in some positions where he feels that it's not so important to play the best move, he's ready to make his decision very quickly.
It's very practical for a blitz rapid specialist. He doesn't blunder, and he doesn't try to find the absolutely most precise move if he feels he doesn't have to. Just very, very geared to be as strong as he can be in these fast time formats. Great openings, great time management, no blunders. Don't be fooled by the rating. He's up there with the big boys in this format for sure. Because the rating is only quote unquote 2643. But yeah, he's good.
Yeah, knight b4 to a2. I mean, showing
Very
that
subtle.
White is running out of ideas.
Yeah. I don't even know what he wants. B4 maybe, but he's threatening b4 and bishop takes e6 is his point, yeah.
But okay, let's just put this queen on e7. Yeah, it belonged there from the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what he wants. Because now we're really, really very happy.
Yeah, I mean, you remember we talked about b4 with the knight on d5 and bishop on a2, where we had bishop bc knight. It's a completely wrong construction.
And yeah, queen e7 played, same concept, just making use of moves quickly. And Alireza, it's not clear what he wants. You also don't want knight c1. It's unclear where it goes, and black could take it if black wants to simplify. It's usually also an acceptable structure. He doesn't have to, probably shouldn't, but he could. So things are looking good for Serrano still. So Alireza has to come up with some sort of plan. I mean, he can't just keep moving the knight back and forth. Goes a4.
Yeah, kind of signaling that he doesn't know what to do because it's not such a happy choice, this a4.
Knight e7 back I like. I never liked his knight here to begin with, and now with the white knights a little unorganized, he's ready to shift it over. Knight b4, knight f6. Still welcoming this trade. Because the circumstances really haven't improved for white to go for this structure, because the black counterattack will be very fast.
Yeah, just a fine position. I wonder if, is this maybe the last moment that we can just jump over to the Gukesh game to see, because it might be then a big time pressure here.
Yeah, let's do it. Gukesh against Mamedov, the other game, the other match in this losers bracket. What's Mamedov doing? He's using his shirt there as a tent. No, he's out of it.
I mean, he's in a must-win situation with the black pieces, yeah, and this is very tough. He went for some Philidor stuff. It's not his style at all. But what to do?
Okay, but the opening, that's his style. That's what he does. Knight f6, d6, and have a look around.
But usually he does it with the bishop on g7.
Yeah, maybe more. Last time I played him, he went d4, d6 as well.
Okay. But yeah, in any case, he's trying to play a long game. But my feeling is that if you let Gukesh play chess, he's so good, he's so classy.
Yeah. h4. g5, extreme measure. Yeah. Trying to invite some tactics. But Gukesh is ready. Temporary pawn sacrifice, gets the pawn back. Also nice maneuver, no? Knight g1, knight f3. I'm not sure if it was good, but it always looks pleasant the way.
Very nice, yeah. I mean, it shows a lot of high class. Yeah, now maybe just bishop dc, rook f1, and then get ready for some attack. It looks very dangerous. The pawn on h4 is a nice blockader, but it's also a big weakness.
And rook g1, he's saying, let's go. Not shy at all. Not sure he really wants to play g3, but at least he's hinting at it. Put the other rook here, go g3, play for mate.
Yeah, very scary.
Rook h8, trying to stop g3.
Yeah, now the point is that if g4, ag, rook g3, then we have rook h3 tactics, or just rook h6 and then rook h8? I mean,
Just has both rook h6 and king f7. Very nice for black, king f7 also.
I mean, you just don't want to weaken this structure like this.
Yeah.
But he opted for rook g1. He might be tempted to go g4, but it would be a very big mistake on the computer. It would be better not to correct the mistake. Just play rook gf1 and don't try to open the g file at all.
And he does it. Rook gf1. Because he also draws enough, like even queen f2 and play the endgame. I don't think he has to be too scared.
Queen f2 is dangerous. No, don't. That's exactly how you can lose. I mean, takes knight f4, then rook b8, b5. Black suddenly plays on both fronts.
Still enough time to chicken out, but yeah, I agree. With the weak king, he shouldn't be too desperate. Rook ag8, I made of trying to build up sort of a kingside thing. Yeah, there's one move lost maybe with rook g1. Wasn't ideal, but he's still solid.
Yeah, and he's correcting his mistake. Yeah, he's hinting on the h4 pawn, so the knight is stuck on g6. By the way, the king from g7 can't really move because king f7 runs into knight g5 tactics, king h7 loses the pawn on h4, rook h7, very classic, king h8, trying to hide that king in the corner, solving that issue. Wow, rook d2, trying to secure the second rank. Makes a lot of sense. And this is now a version where queen f2 comes into play, yeah? Because
let's go.
Yes. This is a different story because first of all, the king moved to h8. Black has moved his rook from a8. I mean, white is winning a lot of tempo. And then yes?
Instead of rook d2, which looked nice, but maybe once again, we're computer assisted here. This was stronger, yeah? To go bishop f1, and then you have this square for the rook. In case black goes king h8, you organize some play here. This looks the smoothest.
But this is a little bit too deep, yeah? No?
I like it. But yeah, I also read it.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight that I also wanted to use the d6 square, but okay, let's forget about that position. It's a stable position. It's all to play for, however. But let's see, Alireza, is he able to... The queens are traded off. Some endgame.
Sarana is still perfectly fine. He kept moving the knight back and forth a little too much for my liking, but he's still in great shape. Here's the two bishops. And this is just... Now it feels even more like a Spanish position with the bishop here. I'd be very happy.
Yeah, king gets to e7, then the rook is freed from d7. The pawn on d6 will be guarded. Rook c7 comes next.
Why would just never get this good knight to d5? Like... c3. Also not sure what that's about.
Well, okay, just to cement, but I mean, what are we cementing?
h5, where are you going? There's no longer checkmate. He wants king e7, knight g3, and rook h8. He's going for the cheapo.
He is going for it, but knight b6 is always there, yeah? So whenever you sacrifice the piece, I mean, I first let you sacrifice.
Yeah,
and
bishop f2 first.
Yeah, bishop f2 and then knight g3. This is a beautiful idea. Actually.
Or maybe just wants knight f4. But I don't know. I don't like it. This knight was nicer. Go king e7.
But look at the clocks. I mean, Alireza is down to 1:30, then basically creating some practical problems, some ghost, yeah, which he has to deal with. Maybe a very practical choice.
Managing the clock well and not blundering. Once again, Sarana sticking to his guns here. Rook 3d2, yeah, Alireza. That's a good move. He's stopping knight f4 with tempo, and he's also stopping the bishop f2 ghost. Bishop e3, clever choice, offering move repetition, saying, be my guest. Rook e2 back, and the most natural move looks to be rook ed2, which you don't want to play. No, just very practical, Saran.
Yeah, and always Alireza probably feels that why is it only my clock ticking? It's not a fair play. Yeah,
Maybe he has to try this knight b6, but I'm not sure how tempting that is.
Yeah, but I mean he has to, but he will
Takes
also
a5, knight f4,
exactly.
all kinds of...
Yeah, he steps into these tactics. Down to 25 seconds already.
Uh-oh. And it's only 3 seconds increment. That's not a lot of time. Alireza looks sad too. Yeah, he hasn't really managed to outplay Serrano here. And he does go for this knight b6. What else? Takes a knight f4, rook d2. And now black can just play the endgame. That's what he does. Takes king e7, and then you want to go rook c8, rook c6. Once again, very, very smart choices. No nonsense.
Yeah, like if he was expecting this, and ed5 a desperate
ed5,
choice.
but that's just desperation. Now you're just worse strategically. He had to do it to keep the game going, but now it's just worse.
Yeah, dream Najdorf.
Yeah. Rook c4, maybe rook c5 was even meaner. That is rook b5 resource.
You know, I wanted to highlight, wow, rook c4, brilliant idea with idea. Rook a4, rook a5, rook b5. Nice that you mentioned that I could come from
could get there in one move. Yeah. And yeah, he spotted it now as well. Alireza's fighting. Rook b5, what does he want though? Knight c4? Ah, okay, this could, at least it looks a little tricky, but still hard to believe white has more than some move repetition, which doesn't help. Hang on, what's going on?
Yeah, knight c4 played after rook b5, rook c5, b6.
Rook c5 back, as usual, offering the repetition. f6. He doesn't even want to play f5 or touch the structure.
Yeah, his idea was not to let white play c4, yeah, because then he would have gotten a grip with the knight on e3 and pawn on c4 and eventual b4, c5 ideas.
Yeah, black is still super solid now. Rook d8, rook h8, knight d7 is there.
Yes.
Hard. Well, white just never has any targets with the stupid pawn on d5. It's just a weakness. Is to go g5, give this square.
And down to 8 seconds now. Rook b5 will be, or rook f4. I mean, also rook b5 could have been played.
Yeah, he's just being outplayed now. But of course it was, because they had to take some desperate decisions. And now, time for tactics. Rook c3, knight b7, rook b8. Not the most complicated tactic in the world, by the way.
Exactly. Yeah, just collecting all pawns possible. Yeah,
last desperation here, trying to get some passes, but this knight is so close that.
And the king also, yeah.
Yeah, rook a8 next, rook a8, rook a2, knight takes d5, and you resign basically.
Wow, and it will.
Serrano does the job. Congratulations.
Yeah, wow, what a performance. 2-0, and it means that Alireza lost 5 games in a row. What a heartbreak for Alireza and all his fans, and he's eliminated from the tournament.
Oof. Olympic rings. Yeah, and it was well deserved. Serrano just played better. Out-prepared him in the first game. Really managed the second game excellently. Also nicely prepared. Never gave Alireza any chance to show how dangerous he can be. Just very, very impressive by Alexis Serrano.
Absolutely. And now we have to jump right into Gukesh versus Mamedov. What is going on here?
Gukesh is still in control.
Wow, Rook G3
somehow took this pawn.
Exactly.
And
let's just see the last couple of moves, because I think Rauf sacrificed the h4 pawn, relying that he will have this counterplay, but maybe he missed this Rook G3 move.
And remember, I said instead of rook d2, rook f2, bishop f1, rook ft2, and Gukesh once again corrects his mistake, goes back with the rook to d1, rook ft2, and he finds this maneuver. And now Mamedov tried to build up some pressure here. It didn't work. The pawn could just be taken. Instead, maybe queen g7 was the way.
Yeah, but what happened here? Rook f3 and queen g7, rook g3. That's how we got to this position.
That was his point here.
Wow. It was missed. And okay, after queen f8, now after the trade of rooks, it should be a win for white.
Just stabilizing. Yeah, this looks over. Also, the knight has to leave this beautiful square. Knight h5 back, but that's very sad. Should be 2.
Yeah, queen f2, bishop e2. I mean, it looks over. And actually, Gukesh needs only a draw to seal the match.
Also, look at Ralph's face. You can normally tell how his position is from his face. Gukesh just focused. We have 2 rook g7 on the board. You don't want to play g4 if you don't have to. Maybe it's just good.
Yeah, okay, there is one line that you calculate g4, knight f4, knight g2. Can I trade? Then you calculate knight takes h3. It's the only dangerous move. But probably we have so many different options.
Still, I'd be scared. Like, maybe you can just calculate it till the end. Rook g7, rook d8.
Yes. Yeah, this one.
And yeah, he played g4.
On the board.
Also, for these kids, I mean, everybody's different. But in general, since they're such good calculators, I think this, I'd be scared to give that square. Doesn't apply so much. Yeah, if it works, it works. Like, who cares?
Yeah, but he did opt for knight f5, however.
Okay, then I'd still be scared.
Yeah, there is at least something to play for.
Yeah.
With a knight on f4. But I agree, and this also shows that he is simply not afraid of this knight on f4. And probably rightly so. The bishop on f1 protects beautifully the pawn on h3. He has the d file, and after bishop takes f5, he takes f5. There is no activity for black.
No, he's still fine, but you'd much rather have a pawn on g3 and a knight on h5, like all these pieces all over the place. Queen e3. Knight goes
Trying
away.
to close the d file.
2.
And Ralph down to 15 seconds.
Both way down on the clock. e4 to bring the last resources. But now this knight lost its outpost.
Exactly.
Queen check, queen g3. Yeah, it shouldn't end well for Mamedov. Do you know what the correct pronunciation is, by the way? Is it Mamedov or Mamedov? Because I keep changing it up and I should decide one.
I would think that it's Mamedov, but
Mamedov,
I have no idea.
There's some action here, by the way. Rook e1 allowed this knight d3. Last chance, and at least there's a passed pawn.
Yeah, with few seconds on the clock.
Little scary, but he probably spotted it as a perpetual if he can bring his king closer. And black doesn't win here.
But it is scary.
It's very scary.
And down to 5 seconds, he goes king g3. Queen e1 check, king g2.
d2, and he does have a perpetual. Yeah. You better be sure. No, he went queen h6 and he's lost.
Wow.
Oh, no longer lost. What's going on here? Queen g6 now is a draw. I don't understand anything. Queen g7, and apparently you survive.
Wow.
You have to calculate a lot of checks. Queen
but
d4.
How and why? Yeah, this queen b8, queen c7 was so thematic.
Yeah, that's surprising. How is this a draw? b4 only move.
Oh no, I mean, okay, this will
Good
never
luck,
happen.
sir.
With
Maybe it will happen.
c5
No,
check.
he goes c5 check, yeah. And he is lost. Wow, he messed up on the last meters.
Wow,
Oof.
Mamedov is coming back.
Now king a7.
Yeah,
Right.
and d1 queen will
d8,
protect
d1
the
queen,
d8
you cover the
square.
square. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, what a comeback by Mamedov. Celebrate
Unbelievable.
there. Drink some orange juice. Oy, oy, oy. And yeah, Gukesh, I don't know. He just gave him too many chances here. It was still in control, but starting with this business.
Yeah, with this e4, of course, Mamedov also very nicely spotted his only chance.
Yeah. And rook e1, I think, was the real move that gave it away. Like computer says g5 or some stupid moves, but also just keeping control of the d file.
Yeah, I also
And the
felt
bishop
like
can go
maybe
here.
just some bishop e2, king g3, just
Yeah,
cover the e pawn, get the king to g3, and I don't see any. And then you push h4, g5, whatever, just everything perfectly under control.
Because here it's understandable you can panic. Now all of a sudden this pawn is so close and you have to calculate variations.
And you have only 10 seconds left.
This
But
he
let's
did
just
well.
show. We saw that queen b8 check was a draw.
It is, no? You give this check, king h6, queen f4.
Exactly.
I was sure this was going to happen. King f8, queen d8. There's just no way out.
Yeah, and you don't even give a chance for black to interfere with queen e7 because you give queen d7 check. This is important. King f7 and not queen c7 because then queen e7 would maybe win, but just queen d7
king
check.
g7 you can do it, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that was an elemental draw.
Yeah, no, there he panicked when he saw this pawn appear. And this, apparently it's still a draw, but yeah, now was some crazy stuff. But here already they were both blundering. Stuff like this is an easy move, of course. Yeah, resigns. But this is very beautiful. This c5 is losing, but the way to hold this position, queen d4, c5 is a perpetual, queen d6, so king a6, and pawn to b4, threatening b5 with checkmate. And after a takes b4, pawn to a5, threatening queen b6 checkmate. And king a5 you can't do because of queen a7 checkmate.
Unbelievable, yeah.
I mean, it's a very beautiful resource.
That's like
not saying you should spot it with seconds on the clock, but it's very beautiful. But of course, you stop calculating once you see you no longer have a check, so then you play something else.
Yes. Wow, it's drama because now it's anybody's match, and it looked like Gukesh is in total control. Ralph bouncing back. We have seen him yesterday. What it meant when he lost that game to Wesley, which he could have probably won the game 3, and it had an effect. Now this win can actually have exactly the opposite, the tremendous boost. What a match. It will be a hell of an Armageddon.
Yeah, Gukesh is also so tough mentally because he knows he was winning, was up 1-0, he's winning, and then you give it away. I mean, it's a very, very rough spot. Although, might not stop him from winning, but he's going to be kicking himself now, which is never a pleasant spot to be in. All right, I think that's 10 minutes before they start. We can have a brief look into the Division 2. It's a complex format here with this Division 2, a separate tournament. And you would think, okay, it's the second group, who cares? But if you look at the names playing in this Division 2, maybe you start caring, because there's a certain Fabian Caruana is playing now. Certain Vladimir Kramnik is playing. Certain Dmitry Andreikin. These are just the games that started immediately. It's an absolute world-class tournament.
Yeah, Nyepo is also there.
Pomnish is there. Grishuk, I think, is there.
No, Grishuk and Svidler, they are in the
third
division.
group. Yeah, it's true. Sorry.
Exactly.
Dubov is there. Dubov is in the second group.
No, Dubov is still there, but he got knocked out, so he's at the losers bracket. Also, Kramnik in the losers bracket, Dubov in the losers bracket. I mean, some incredible fight is going on. Unfortunately, Salem versus Fabiano Caruana game is stuck.
That's why it looked like some of the games got stuck. They're not moving. Okay, then never mind. Just say, if you're a chess fan out there and you don't have enough action in Group 1, in the Division 1, Division 2 is also some pretty sick stuff happening. But then we'll go on a brief break and we'll be back with the Armageddon, which is this format. That's also why it takes a while, that the players have to bid on how much time they want to play with, right?
Exactly.
So white gets 10 minutes and black can say, you know what? I'll play with 6 minutes or I'll play with 8 minutes. And the point is that black gets draw odds. So if the game ends in a draw, black advances and you have to decide how much time you want to play. We know Hikaru Nakamura chose 7 minutes, 59 seconds. Dubov chose 6.5 minutes and got eliminated. So I'm very curious.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it. How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
This whole concept of just bulldozing the Black King, jumping in there with the Queen, and making sure the Rook comes in with a ladder mate is everything this chapter is about.
Everything this chapter is about.
still
It doesn't
8 out of
look
8
like
on the
much,
top part
but neither
of
would a
the
Sicilian.
Olympiad. Maybe still the most impressive result in 2022. And the veteran, Rauf Mamedov.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
This whole concept of just bulldozing the Black King, jumping in there with the Queen, and making sure the Rook comes in with a ladder mate is everything this chapter is about.
Everything this chapter is about.
The point is, I don't want you to get a move that's not in the course and go, I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
92% of games get to this position. From this position, white is winning about 60-70% of the time. And I think if you learn these lines, that very easily could be 75% or 80% for you.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Welcome back, everybody. We're awaiting the beginning of the Armageddon game between Rauf Mamedov and Gukesh. It looks like, from how the players are sitting, but I'm not sure. I'll wait for confirmation, that Mamedov has the black pieces. This is not the position between them. This is still the Caruana game. So we're waiting for things to kick off here. And we have liftoff. Gukesh with white. It's 15 minutes. Yeah, of course. In the qualifier, it was 10 minutes. Here it's 15 minutes, and black had to bet. It looks like Rauf chose 11 minutes.
Yes, Rauf chose 11 and Gukesh 11:45. That's why Rauf won the bet, and he is playing now with this clock situation.
I think that's a good deal for Rauf. Like 11 minutes is still a lot of time, and yeah. Let's see if he makes it out of the opening. But this is at least solid for black, no? Might be slightly worse because of the bishops, but it's not a spot I would want against in a must-win.
Yeah, this GC is a little bit soft. Yeah, I was kind of expecting, in especially the must-win situation, that but Rauf played this bishop G6. Yeah, okay.
Very solid. Yeah, bishop E4 is the main line nowadays when things get much sharper. I like bishop G6 under the circumstances. Also, Rauf is not the biggest theoretician, so for him to play solidly, so nothing too bad can happen to him, I think is a smart choice. But yeah, there's G3, CD5, bishop D2. Also, allowing bishop H5 here shows that Gukesh is also not so familiar with the territory. And bishop H5 is still there. And this knight looks stupid, but he went queen B6. Looks like they're both a little nervous, no? They're playing very quickly, but not great moves if we can believe the computer.
Yeah, Gukesh captured on B6 and played bishop B5 check. Did this happen? And
gives a check and knight FD7. Okay, now white gets sort of what he wants. It is endgame with the two bishops, but I'm still not sure how much it is.
Yeah, and what is the plan? You're gonna put the king on E2 or do you castle? What is your feeling?
I'm not sure. Pieces don't have that much space somehow, yeah. Like, I think you want pawns on A4, B3. Bishop will drop back. I'm not sure where the king goes. Yeah, king E2.
Yeah, to restrict any kind of knight C4, but this knight C4 is also double-edged.
So early.
Yeah.
This pawn is weak, no? Like A4.
Yeah, maybe E5. Like maybe he wants to break with E5.
Still.
But no, then knight D5 maybe is a problem.
Is in there, yeah. Yes. No, I don't like this decision. I think you have to be more patient. Play A6, rook C8, and just sit there. Yeah, takes A4. This is very typical, just stopping any dreams of A6, B5. I saw Vincent had a somewhat similar game during the Chess Olympiad out of a very different opening, but he also got this weak pawn on C4 and then just captured it.
Against Borovsky.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yeah, it's thematic. Yeah, you isolate the pawn on C4, A4, A5, rook A4. I don't know why. Yeah, and Gukesh, of course, opted for it. I don't understand why Rauf rushed so quickly. I thought that after king E2, his plan, first of all, he could have included A6, bishop DC, and then knight C4 or not, just to get at least the tempo, or just to follow it up with rook C8. Yeah, would have been.
This looked normal.
Yes.
Because also now, if white plays B3, I'm not sure if we have some bishop A3 or some minor annoyance or bishop B4.
Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not sure. It looked to me like they were both nervous, like they blitzed out a bunch of moves that weren't ideal earlier on. And Rauf maybe played too quickly. Goes F5, but yeah, Gukesh. Now he knows what to do. A5. The only problem is he has his pawn on H2, so he can't so easily go rook HC1, knight A4. But maybe he can play H4 at some point.
Yeah, the problem for black is that it's not easy to see how black will comfortably protect that pawn on C4.
Yeah, it's just happening.
It's isolated forever because whenever black goes B5, AB, knight B6, yeah, then the knight will cover the C4 square, but new weakness on A6 will appear. It's not ideal as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, just h4. I mean, let's just stop this problem with the h pawn, then we are ready to go rook hc1. Gukesh will play this. Yeah, on the board.
Yes.
King f7, also kind of thematic. Yeah, if you already played f5, probably want to follow it up with king f7.
Yeah, try to sit there. Yeah, rook c8, rook c6, rook c8.
Yeah, and white will, yeah, let's just make these moves. Yeah, rook hc1, rook hc8, just to illustrate that, yeah, the pawn is weak, but how do we target it?
Yeah, we can't get it so easily.
And then what's next? Yeah, bishop d6. I'm just sitting and waiting.
Maybe this is the plan. Rook b1, b3. But not easy. And also unclear how much it yields. Ah, he goes rook hb1. Yeah, he wants this b3 idea directly.
Yeah, actually a very stylish move. Yeah, because it's so tempting to target the c4 pawn, but black is kind of ready to protect it. But now that black has committed the move a6, yeah, and the pawn on b7 is awkward forever.
How good is this? If he plays b3, looks good. Yeah, takes, and this is a serious target too.
Yeah, now it's now in fact it's much stronger, because in the other position maybe black could, what we discussed, black could have captured on b3 and capture with the b7 pawn on c6 and push c5. Yeah, there was this alternative there, but here the pawn is stuck on b7.
Let's see what Gukesh does. Played very quickly so far. Mamedov, we've seen in the last game. He's a tough fighter. Like, he doesn't collapse.
Yeah, Gukesh tries to make sure that he keeps that 4 minutes time advantage that he bid for.
Yeah. He's trying to decide here. B3 is the thematic move, but the computer, for example, also says a move like E4 is good. Which
yeah, but it
I
will never
even
be
think
good.
of. Yeah.
No, I mean, look, HB1 with E4 together, it's absolutely
Yeah,
no go
that'd be weird. But
for a human brain.
Compy things differently. Not A4 is sort of the normal move if you don't want to commit just yet. But B3 looks like the thematic
The big question that after B3 is B5 a move? I mean, can we consider something like AB knight B6? Is that a concern for Gukesh? B takes C4, knight C4, and black gets some activity.
Yeah, white is still a bit better because of the structure, and there are other moves here. But probably that's what he's thinking of.
Yeah, and knight A4 played.
Trying to stop it, yeah. B3 will be next. Or even B4 if you want style points, threatening B5.
Yeah, but B4 is a very tough move.
Yeah, no, B3 looks normal.
Yeah, but B3,
then the
B5,
question,
B4,
oh, and he's played B4.
Yeah, wow, very strong play by Gukesh.
And his point is after B3 there's B5, and it's not so easy. Well, after B4, now with B5, now you can take, and you got knight C5. That's what this B4 pawn is nice for.
Exactly.
Nicely done, because this is a threat, so black probably still has to react. This guy is still lonely.
Wow, this is some extremely high-level stuff by Gukesh. This look HB1, knight A4, B4 sequence of moves.
Yeah, he's just classy. And he's only 16 years old.
Yeah, whenever you see someone like Gukesh, yeah, you don't look at his age at all. Yeah, you just feel like in these positions he's like absolutely 27-80. Yeah, he's just a beast already.
He also grew up, I think, without a computer, so he didn't get addicted to like opening clicking early. That's why, I mean, you can feel the chess culture there, even at such a young age. And of course, now he's catching up in the openings as well. But you can tell it's not where he comes from. And this happens, but now knight c5 looks incredibly unpleasant. Rauf will go knight d5 and hope for some counterplay.
Yeah, because there is after all some pin along the b file, yeah? So you won't be so easily collecting that pawn on a6.
Can take it, but...
yeah, then rook b5.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go c3. I'm going to collect the b4 pawn, and then the knight on c5 will be loose. It's not so obvious.
Yeah. Something else happened already. He went rook to c1 for another nice move. Knight takes b4, then what's going on?
Knight d7, wow.
Wow, I wouldn't even think of that. Is that his idea? I don't even understand it. Like, check. And takes. That's too deep.
Yeah, and then rook a6 and then pawn on e6, g6, c4. I mean, okay, this is, if it really happens, I say this is World Championship class. Yeah, knight b4. Let's see it. Will knight d7 be... No, knight d7 is not played.
Yeah, no, he went rook c4, but now, yeah, it's a question. This is more normal. How much this is? Bishop c5, dc. Let's say knight c6. Can you win this? I mean, you'll try, of course, but here I'm not sure.
Yeah, rook b2. I mean, okay, with the knight on c6, if we can keep this control, it's not easy. Wow, I mean, okay, but so it means that knight d7 was not only a total shock for us, it also was invisible for Gukesh.
Yeah. Who keeps playing very quickly. Like, you can always say he should have taken some time there, but it's a strategy as well to stay way ahead on the clock.
He probably have felt it, yeah, in the previous game that chess-wise he completely outplayed Rauf, but the problem was that with few seconds on the clock, Rauf was so dangerous, yeah, he wants to eliminate this option.
There's no increment, yeah, in the Samarkand.
Exactly.
So it's still not a dangerous clock situation for Mamedov, but as the game keeps going, of course, this will be a factor, and something's gone wrong. He went knight to d5 without taking here. Rook takes a6 and rook b2, trying to go. Oh, for counterplay, but once again, there's this beautiful tactic. Knight d3 or knight d7 solves all the problems and probably wins the game.
Yes.
Takes knight e5 check, king, and knight takes c4, and everything is covered. We're pawn up with
on the board.
A very solid formation. And he spotted it, knight d3. This is bad news for Mamedov.
Yeah.
Beautiful play. Man, I'm not even sure if he wants knight e5 check, because knight takes b2 also exists. But yeah, he's done it. Now he's in complete control, because rook c2, king d3, also the rook gets trapped. So the rook has to go passive. And yeah, this shouldn't end well.
Yeah, actually after knight e5, there is e4, fe4, bishop g5 check, king f5, g4 checkmate threat. Black's king is in a mating net. No. Ah, you want it immediately. I said with knight on e5, yeah, because yes.
But even this is apparently winning, but I mean, this is a bit too crazy.
Yeah, this is what I spotted, that yeah, knight e5 and then now e4 and bishop g5 check, g4 checkmate is a threat.
Looking for a waiting move. Okay, this is not the one. Let's say rook b7. And here we are.
And I don't think that you can stop this, because if after knight e5 you play rook b2, for example, you pin the bishop, I just sidestep with my king to d1, let's say, and I'm anyway threatening the same.
Yeah, it's just lost here. The pawns are also too vulnerable.
Yeah, nothing moves. And instead of this, Rauf had the chance to take on c5, give the pawn and sit on this blockade with knight c6, which would have given him good practical chances to make Gukesh life very hard.
Yeah, it feels like, at least practically, this was clearly the way to go.
Yes.
Okay, this is on the board, rook b2. Now king d1. As you mentioned, looks very tempting with the threat.
Yeah, black is boxed. Yeah, but simply black has no way to solve this problem.
Just because I'm curious.
I mean, okay,
no, here you have e3. Yeah, no need to do this. They repeated once. So Gukesh not convinced about this threat. But the way he plays also keeps all the pluses. Black pieces are just, they're not harmonious with the stupid king on f6. Nothing moves, yeah? Like
he worried about bishop b4, yeah, in that position after king d1.
Maybe.
Probably. But actually, you can take and then play rook a7 also.
Yeah.
And then rook f7 checkmate is coming. And if you take with the rook on b4, then rook a7, knight e7, rook takes e7. Wins the piece.
Nice. Nice and complete control. Rook a7. It's you can't even make a move from Black. I can't think of a move.
Exactly.
Because g5 takes, and you can't take because of e4 check. So rook has no squares. If you go rook b1, let's say, knight e5, rook b2. I mean, maybe one day you will have to
now
do
it's
this,
the same, but you can't even move the bishop due to rook f7 checkmate.
Yeah. He goes bishop d8. That allows e4 and the direct bishop g5, just picking up the piece. It's probably mate as well, but you know, it's not. Or knight e5. He wants to keep it simple.
Yeah, Rauf made this miracle comeback, but it will not help him at all. Yeah, now e4 is basically game over.
Yeah, Gukesh spots it. Also threatening e5 checkmate, so knight c3 doesn't really help much. Yeah, this is it. There's no way even to continue, no? Knight e7, bishop g5, knight e5. Okay, this is probably checkmate.
Yeah, probably you can just play for checkmate.
But this is not terrible either. Let's say check. And fe4 played, he gives a piece. Once again, you can play for checkmate with knight e5 or for bishop up with bishop g5. Both good choices. And he goes knight e5. Wow, he doesn't want the bishop, he wants the king.
Wow.
Which can't escape because king f5 is g4. Threatening rook f7, bishop e7, bishop g5 is mate. Nicely done. Yeah, you can see it on his face.
Wonderful performance by Gukesh with this rook hb1, knight a4, b4 sequence, and also knight c5, rook c1. He spotted everything. Played a perfect game.
He had to put in an extra half hour, but he did come through in the end. Once again, showing character, like in Vaikanze, where he also had a rough start, but then managed to pull himself together, win 2 games. And here, after this heartbreak in the last game, still played a nice game in the end again.
And also that he did not panic, yeah, that he was ready to trade queens. He believed that, okay, I have the 2 bishops, it's not a drawish position, I will play this technical position. It shows a lot of confidence, yeah, because otherwise you might be tempted to avoid any trades and try to complicate matters, but he just played very calmly.
Yeah, this is over. Mamedov looking for a way to prolong it, but it's just checkmate. Okay. Yes, he resigns here. I don't even see a move.
Yeah, there is just no way to survive. Not even to survive, not even to continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, poor Rauf probably still thinking now about this yesterday's missed opportunity against Wesley, yeah, because it's a double knockout. But I mean, if you don't lose the first match, then you are not running a risk of getting knocked out at all.
And yeah, he does resign. Congratulations to Gukesh, who stays alive in the tournament, while Rauf Mamedov, after a more than respectable outing throughout this event, is eliminated. Still, congratulations to him. Amazing fighter, has kept his class all these years and playing here with the best in the world. Impressive stuff from Mamedov.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, yesterday this match against Wesley was incredible. Today he got a chance and he used it against Gukesh in that second game. And Gukesh not getting nervous, not getting distracted. He just did what he's doing best, playing brilliant chess. A real strategist, a real maestro. I remember that when Kramnik had this session with the Indian kids, he was saying that Gukesh, I mean, all of them are special. Prague has this incredible dynamic feeling and Gukesh has this incredibly stunning possessional feeling. And I also remember they asked Gukesh that, what do you think was the biggest highlight of that training session? And then Gukesh said, well, King H2 by Kramnik against Georg Mayer, some very slow little move, improving the possession. Then I understood that this kid is really special.
And he'll stick around for many, many years to come. There's no doubt. No doubt about that. Gonna be very interesting to see him get even stronger, how far he can get. We are far from done for today because this was just a warm-up, Peter. We still have four games in the winners bracket with the two big matches kicking off, I believe, in 8-9 minutes. Magnus Carlsen against Arjun Erigaisi and Wesley So versus Hikaru Nakamura. Normally, I'm always team, let's cover the Carlsen match. But Wesley against Hikaru, that's a tough one to miss. We might have to do both.
I agree. I perfectly agree. I feel the same way.
Then let's do that. We'll be on a very brief break to get confirmations that the matches start at 7, which is in 8 minutes. So this is your last chance to go to the bathroom, get a hot beverage, eat a very quick dinner, some microwave stuff, and then join us for the main event in 8 minutes. Thank you so much for watching. See you then. I can't wait.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
This whole concept of just bulldozing the Black King, jumping in there with the Queen, and making sure the Rook comes in with a ladder mate is everything this chapter is about.
Everything this chapter is about.
The point is, I don't want you to get a move that's not in the course and go, I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
92% of games get to this position. From this position, white is winning about 60-70% of the time. And I think if you learn these lines, that very easily could be 75% or 80% for you.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Welcome back, everybody. We are awaiting the kickoff of the winners bracket, the two matches of the day. Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, the triple world champion, against Arjun Erigaisi, the man who beat Ali Reza 3-0 yesterday, and Wesley So, the winner of the global chess championship, against the winner of the speed chess championship, Hikaru Nakamura. A lot of winners in this semifinals bracket. Peter Leko, who you got?
Well, I'm also very excited and can't wait for this action to start. I mean, there will be a lot of opening debates. The openings will be very important because whoever gets some pressure on the opponent can play much faster. Yes, it's a rapid play, but one should not underestimate the importance of the openings, just as in classical chess, when two such incredible players are facing each other like here.
Never. I like openings. We will see what we get. It's going to be interesting to see Magnus Carlsen's strategy, because in the past against Arjun, he's chosen some slightly, I guess you could call it offbeat openings, like the modern, the French maybe he's played as well, and the Caro-Kann, not trying to play like debates in principle openings. But yeah, I'm curious what his strategy is going to be for this one. What do you think?
Well, also, usually he always starts with the white pieces. I'm guessing that's what will happen again. And where he will try to target now Arjun's repertoire, that's a very big question. He might also be tempted just to go for some e4, e5 battle, and then in anti-martial there are so many finesses, so many move orders, everything, and then you can maybe argue that is a young player already knowing everything? Is it possible at all, no matter how hard he's working? Or will he just try to go, for example, after the Slav, after the Meran of Gukesh, but there is now also the Grunfeld, as you mentioned. Yeah, really a lot of things to think about.
So many things to keep in mind. We don't know when it's going to kick off, but it should be any moment we hear the players are in place. Twitch chat, what are you guys up to? It's lunchtime, not dinner time? Depends where you are. It depends where you are. I'm hungry. Did you have lunch, Peter?
Yes, I had a relatively late lunch and I just had a quick snack in the break.
I had oatmeal.
Oh, okay.
I'm hungry. But we still have 4 games to go through. Magnus Carlsen, he usually eats during the games. That's a secret. And what time is it for Arjun? It's late, yeah, if he's at home in India.
Yeah, if he's at home in India, yes. But actually, did you see that Magnus is playing from Toronto?
Yeah, I saw he's in the Chess Bras office. I couldn't recognize the surroundings. I thought he wasn't at home. But yeah. He's all over the place.
Exactly. And he was saying that the tech issues are perfectly under control. Atmosphere is great, but openings prep wasn't that great yet. Yeah.
It's probably busy. Eric Hansen showing him around Toronto. Not sure how much time he has for opening prep. Where are these people? Waking up?
Yeah, well, it's but let's just try to understand. Between Europe and Toronto, there is 6 or 7 hours time difference, and between Europe and India, there is like 3 hours 45. Then it's kind of a very messy schedule for both of them. Yeah, they are in a completely different daytime zone.
Well, for Magnus, it's 1 p.m. That's not the worst time in the world to start a chess match. I guess it's a little early for him, but that still sounds acceptable. And in India, it is already 11:30 p.m. So Arjun with another night session. That's a bit rough.
Yeah, that's of course tough, and we see that Magnus Carlsen has the white pieces, and also Wesley has the white pieces against Hikaru in the first game.
Let's go. There we see the world champion just woke up while Arjun has been up for 14 hours. It doesn't seem right, but what can you do? There's never a perfect time zone if people are all over the world. Magnus looks very confused. But normally once the game starts, his confusion disappears.
Yeah, because the other game already started. Wesley and Hikaru, they don't shy away. It's already an Italian on the board. Maybe we can just switch.
If you're not going to start, guys, we're going to watch Wesley and Hikaru Nakamura.
Exactly. And wow, the old classical stuff with A6, D6, A6 castles.
A rare guest nowadays almost. See, everybody puts this pawn on A5, but no one's ever refuted A6. So
yeah,
let's see what.
It's just some fashion issue, yeah?
Yeah. A6, A4. Wesley was one of the first who brought the Italian back to life, no, with this A4 idea. In my days, everybody played bishop B3, and you played H6, rook E8, bishop E6, and then shook hands. But this A4, with this idea to grab space on the queen side with B4 later on, has proved, that there's a lot of life in the structure, and has also led to this trend of going A5, not allowing any space gains here for white.
Yeah, this is also now exactly what's happening, and Sozi is informing us about some very interesting development that apparently Hikaru has played the title Tuesday, and just a couple of minutes ago finished it and won it. Wow. What a warm-up, yeah?
Yeah, this is still very much theory. It's all in my chessable course still, this position, where I gave this line for black because I felt it was the most solid, and things were changing so much in A5, I didn't dare to give it as a lifetime repertoire. And yeah, now black faces a choice. After rook b1, you can go b5, which has pros and cons. You stop all this b5 business, but you also weaken some squares. You can go d5, trying to counter on the center. I think that's what I gave, if memory serves. Sometimes you can also try to shuffle this knight around with knight e7. Keep your options open. Curious what Nakamura is going to choose.
Yeah, it's a very solid opening. And wow, Magnus, we can now probably switch there. The game started. It's also knight f6, c4, c5, b3. Trying
no mainline debate. Yeah. I'm being informed, by the way, that Carlsen has been streaming techno for hours, so probably didn't just wake up. Sounds like as good a prep as any.
Oh, another, d5. And look at this. Arjun is not shying away. He's blitzing it out. It's a very sharp and interesting line.
Just looks fine for black, no?
Yeah, I think there is a trap. If white plays e3, which would be a terrible natural move, but a terrible mistake, knight d5 to b4 is a strong move, yeah.
That's not going to happen, weakening the light squares too much. Curious what Magnus going to do. A3, g3.
Oh, knight c3.
Yeah. My money's on a3, and then he will try to play.
You think he will just play like this?
No, it's a very good version for black, so I'm not sure.
Exactly. No. I mean, I think Kramnik was the one who usually plays the move knight c3 here.
Let's find out.
But yeah, it seems like Magnus is having a great time in Toronto because he's spending some time in the opening. It's not like he's blitzing out all his prep.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't feel the pressure yet. No, first of all, it's this double elimination. Secondly, I think he's confident that, especially in the first game, even without openings, he can mess around a little and get that. But yeah, he's played knight c3 after some thought. Arjun blitzes out e5. Doesn't seem unfamiliar with this turn of events.
Yeah, it's and queen b1 played. Yeah, this is the pause and spirit, right? It's like a reverse pause, and only the pawn is missing from e3. And yeah, black has to be careful. If black survives the next couple of moves and manage to develop, then everything is perfectly fine. In positions like this, often they just take on c3. Yeah, just knight takes c3, bishop takes c3, and then f6 just to protect the pawn like this. Do they play like this? Or bishop d6 also possible, and then queen e7.
D6 looks very normally.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of options. If you go for bishop e7, is there a problem?
And then e3. Then
some e3, yes. And the bishop goes.
Exactly, depending on the situation. If black castles now, then all these bishop c4s, h4, knight g5s, whatever are coming.
Yeah, bishop d3, all kinds of.
You are not supposed to let this happen. Yeah.
Let's see. Arigasi, he does play bishop e7. The quote-unquote
Okay.
normal move. But yeah, I like the knight c3. Computer's also indicating knight c7 might be a good move here, which we're used to in different lines. And then maybe playing with g6, bishop g7. Right, play bishop g7. Carlsen will play e3. Then yeah, probably he won't castle.
And yeah, don't castle. Yeah, exactly. Bishop e6 should be played. Just develop first. Because white has this nasty bishop d3 idea also hitting the h7 pawn once you castle, but until we don't castle, I don't think that that's an issue.
Why is he thinking so long about e3? What else is there?
Maybe the take on d, but taking on d5, then black threatens e4. Yeah, takes, e3, e4 is probably good for black. And then bishop c4, queen f5, important. Yeah, it's the only square, but looks good enough.
He's played e3. Yeah, expecting bishop e6. It's bishop b5. Okay, it attacks the pawn, but is it that lethal? We cover it. Looks like black's doing fine.
Exactly. I mean, okay, please take on c6. I don't care if you damage my pawns. If you want, I can maybe even remove all those pawns later for some more tempest. Because the light squares are so important.
We're getting mixed info on the title Tuesday here. Chat is saying that Hikaru did not play, but Wesley won it. Which one is it?
Wow,
really?
Really?
Two title Tuesday? Was there an early title Tuesday? What's going on here? Doesn't sound like Wesley to play title Tuesday and then the match against Hikaru.
Wow, but Sotiris is saying that, yes, sorry guys, maybe I mixed up, maybe we mixed up. We are welcoming any news, yeah, because you guys are out there, you know all the infos. We are fully focusing on the event. But that would be sensational warm-up from Wesley's side.
Wow.
And it's confirmed. It was Wesley So who managed to win title Tuesday just as a warm-up before his match against Hikaru Nakamura. Wow. I would have never seen that coming.
Yeah, me neither. I think Wesley has been sitting there checking the Italian and said he warms up. Crashing title Tuesday. That's amazing.
Wow.
Maybe he felt like against Hikaru, okay, openings will be all right anyway. He has to get into this blitz spirit. But it's still a surprising choice because it does cost some energy. And this is a big match.
Wow. Great. But bishop e6 played. Yeah, Arjun is playing very nicely. He's up on the clock. Yeah, 2.5 minutes. Nice stable position because I somehow have the feeling that this is a very opportunistic opening from the white side. Yeah, you try to disbalance your opponent, you try to benefit immediately at the start. But if black stabilizes, then the question is, what is actually white doing in this position? Isn't it just a beautiful Marozzi for black?
Yeah, you pay a price because this setup with black you almost never get, especially without having to play knight c7. So Magnus will have to be creative here. Castles. I guess castles as bishop d3. I might even have seen this, maybe from another line. At some point I was looking at something like this, and white didn't have anything better than takes. Or according to the computer, I'm sure it's not going to happen. This looks vaguely familiar. Maybe it was a slightly different line. But if not, yeah, the thing is black is just better long-term in this structure, yeah? So you can't keep messing around too much.
Maybe there's an argument that maybe white can try to go exactly for some rook d1, d4, but somehow I don't feel that I should be really worried from the black side.
Let's see what Arigasi decides. He also doesn't have to castle. Computer's giving this move, for example, quite happily. Bishop takes c3 and queen b6, and he's saying black is fine. And yeah, knight takes c3 played. He doesn't want to commit his king.
But still, the move queen b6 came as a big surprise to me, yeah, because after, let's just show this, bishop c3, queen b6. After the move bishop d3, then how do we react?
Long castles, according to Compy. He's in an aggressive mood.
Okay. That explains the move queen b6. Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. Okay. Well, to be fair, we have to highlight the strategic idea after bishop c3, queen b6, bishop c4. I saw that your hand was actually...
Yeah, this looked normal to me, but apparently it's not very good. Yeah, this endgame. Black is just fine.
Takes rook, fb1 and long castles, yeah. And e4 is a threat. from black side, probably. Wow.
Magnus thinking about bishop takes c6 to play the structure. But no, he goes d takes c. Interesting.
Wow.
It doesn't look very threatening, does it?
I mean, there are some positional aims, but this case, it means that he wants bishop d4, bishop e4, rook d1, bishop d5. Yeah, that's his setup that he's aiming for. Bishop to d3, rook d1, c4, bishop e4, bishop d5.
Ah, sorry.
Because I think that if we take on c6, then we give up the light squares. I don't believe. Yeah, very smart. D takes c3. I mean, creating some new problems. And look at computer says like c5, c4. What an intelligent computer this is.
These computers are pretty smart these days.
What a surprise, right? Yeah, but it's a lovely touch. Yeah, just look at this bishop on b2. Immediately, it's a horrible bishop.
Yeah, it's a beautiful move. I wouldn't expect it though. It feels too.
Yeah,
Who knows?
C7
too deep. Yeah, queen c7 looks much more normal.
Yeah, it's also a natural move. Yeah, black is probably getting ready for long castles. Magnus stops it with rook d1.
Yeah, and if a6, then your plan is happening. Yeah, bishop d3 to come here or here. Some c4. Computer doesn't mind. He still says long castles.
But it's very strange. Yeah, these long castles, it feels a bit weird.
Arjun castles kingside.
Yeah.
What does he want to do after bishop d3? f5? Maybe f5. But f5, I'm not sure. e4, I'm not sure if we're weakening squares.
Yeah, it's becoming a bit rough. And then maybe bishop b5 back or bishop c. I mean, whatever it's. e5 pawn is loose.
Yeah. So what's the move? Magnus asks the same question. Bishop d3. Maybe still g6 saying, okay, you can take, but it's only perpetual. Curious.
You think it's only perpetual? Come on, let's just show this. Yeah, g6 takes. I see some knight g5 idea. Follow f5 is
He does play f5. Yeah, that's a risky one. e4 blitzed out. What else? The f4 also looks forced positionally.
And then if bishop b5, bishop g4, yeah, immediately you are also hitting the knight. Can you do that?
Is this a threat? Like, yeah, here? Where?
Well, I mean, at least I want to get rid of my e5. I mean, I'm not getting rid, but I'm getting rid of this knight at least.
Yeah. And he's played f4. What else? Can we go? I went on time, yeah? To start a lethal attack.
Takes and c4.
I don't know. I'm always scared of these things.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, we have this Nimzovich idea, knight e1, knight d3 targeting the c5 pawn. And we might not get checkmated.
Yeah, maybe this is a little too much, but I'm always worried in such positions, like g3 always looming or some slower attack like f3.
Yeah, it's not clear at all. But we can conclude that at least Magnus got a playable position.
That's for sure.
And now the question, if white, for example, wastes time for h3, then black probably goes c5, c4. That would be thematic immediately, shutting down white's bishop on b2. And maybe even, bishop b5 played. Even here, maybe c4 is a move. Again, just making sure that this bishop will not be awakened on b2.
I still like g5. Let's go, Arjun. Live a little.
No.
It's close to midnight. Might as well put some
let me be strategical. Let's play c4. I think now c4 is very natural.
Let's see.
Just to highlight, that for example, after bishop c6, bc, if I mean with the pawn on c5, I just wanted to show the difference, that if takes and c4 and suddenly the bishop on b2 is a monster attacking the e5 pawn and the c5 pawn, while with this move c5 c4 we just make sure that this bishop on b2 will not come to life at all.
I don't know, it's too subtle for me, Peter. I still want to push these pawns. Arjun.
But I feel that g5 is too committal. Yeah, I mean, you can play it by closing your eyes and okay, let's just go. But it's the first game. If you are trailing the match, you might be considering those kamikaze actions. But at this moment, why?
I don't know. He looks like he's closing his eyes already. He's close to falling asleep, Mr. Erigaisi over there. He needs some action to wake up. I'm worried that you'll be right as always, and c4 will be played. But I want g5.
Well, but after c5, c4, bishop f6, none of it.
Oh.
None of it.
That's just wrong. Does white take now?
It's a solid move. Queen c7,
Magnus,
bishop c3.
he read his books. He will be thinking Petrosian will go rook d5.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I mean, queen c7, bishop c3, rook a8, queen b2. We are in time to protect the e5 pawn. With bishop.
Then we go g5. But are we in time? Bishop c8, yeah.
Yeah, rook
d5.
d5
is there. Yeah, this looks unpleasant.
Yes, this is where the exchange sack might come. Also, who knows? On the board.
Yeah, he took on c4. Logical. I don't like it. Imagine you had a pawn here. Okay, I'll stop.
Of course, no. If you are able to play g5, g4 without losing the e5 pawn, then it's great.
Exactly.
But I mean, okay, it didn't really work out for us, right? This all this sequence, and let's just show that if in that position after we reached bishop c3, queen b2, black would play bishop g4 and then eliminate the knight on f3, it would be very welcome news for white. Yeah, it's in progress, the game like this. So if black goes bishop g4, rook d5, we provoke bishop f3.
Oh, this is a dream.
Exactly. I mean, the king can even come king f1, king e2 to the center. I mean, everything in total control.
Yeah, it's on the board. White's moves are very simple for now. Attack the pawn, see how black reacts. Queen to b2, bishop c8, or bishop g4. Look like the normal moves.
Well, bishop f7, there is an argument. Yeah, just to keep the d5 square under control, not allowing rook d5.
But I'm worried about rook d3, rook d1, rook d7.
Yeah, it worries me as well. But I mean, your plan of going rook e7 and then g5, g4, but rook d6 will come. Yeah, bishop f7 on the board.
Rook d3 blitzed out. Yeah, I don't like this.
Yeah, no, it's this whole idea of letting white go c4 and open up this bishop. This pawn. I mean, imagine black's pawn on f6 instead of the bishop on f6. It would be brilliant for black, but that's why they say pawns don't move backwards, so you have to be always very careful advancing your pawns.
They can never move backwards.
Yeah, unfortunately not. I mean, how nice it would be. Once per game you had a chance to, it would change chess completely. Look, this three.
Sounds like a good rule. You can move a pawn backwards once. But it wouldn't be enough. You need 2 steps back here to be safe.
Well, I mean, but I mean that you can jump back one. I mean, if it's an F pawn, you can put it anywhere back. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds excessive. Rook e7, yeah, he's making the normal moves, but it just seems like suffering now. And the dreams of an attack also don't seem realistic.
Exactly.
So here you're just weakening. And rook d6, that's too much. Arjun has his work cut out for him here. Let's very briefly switch over to Wesley So against Hikaru, because it looks like Wesley's getting somewhere. Got a horsey on f5. Not sure if you knew this, but Kasparov said, allegedly, that a knight on f5 is worth a pawn, and he's not down a pawn, according to my count.
Yeah, that's true. And also he has this good structure. Pawn on d6 is weak. Pawn on h6, pawn on g7. So if ever this knight moves from f3, this is now a serious threat, just to move the knight to h2, and then the queen might appear on g4 or h5.
So you have to worry about bishop h6. Might not work yet, but it's always in the air.
I mean, okay, rook e6 is kind of a very nice defensive resource from black side, covering the h6 square and making sure that you won't be checkmated. But strategically speaking, also there is some danger, because White can also exactly play some rook b5, rook a b1 if you are pulling your forces towards the king side from the black perspective, then you might be hit with some strategical ideas on the queen side.
Tough position for Nakamura in strategic trouble on both sides of the board. But we know he doesn't ever collapse. He will just keep making moves, shake his head, but still make good moves. Well, Wesley warmed up by playing the title Tuesday, and looks like he's keeping it going here.
Maybe we can just move back a little. I mean, just very quickly to understand how all this happened. Yeah, rook b1.
Yeah, he went for this b5, which I always have mixed feelings about.
Yeah, all the natural moves. Okay, so far so
standard
good.
moves. ba4. Whoa, that's not a standard move.
Yeah, that's a surprising choice.
That's very, very committal. c4, c6, but he gets left with a weak pawn. Queen c7. Computer said this was more or less fine for black. He should have played knight b4 here, using some small tactic. But the way it went, and the rook went back from
exactly. That's why I wanted to see the game. Yeah, that maybe, I mean, to understand the logic behind. Yeah, he went back to 8, and now after queen d1, suddenly he's facing some issues on the king side. Not easy.
Yeah, can't be happy.
Yeah, maybe the best move is to go back with the rook on to e6.
Not what people usually do. But maybe you're right. So Hikaru under pressure, moving back to the Magnus Carlsen Arjun Erigaisi game, where it looks like Erigaisi is also under pressure. Knight h2. Magnus also, everybody likes good positions, but he will be very happy here with the grip.
Yeah, it's Magnus is playing a model game. Yeah, this is like old classical chess books. We would be very happy with this example.
Now provoked h5 goes back to f3. Maybe then h4 knight g5 appears as an idea. So I'm not sure if you knew this, but pawns never move backwards. This pawn can no longer cover the g5 square. Yeah, if you get h4, queen b2 back, knight g5, it's unpleasant.
Exactly. I mean, this pawn moves like h5. It made a lot of sense because Magnus provoked knight g4 was a big threat. But yeah, he provokes it, and then knight gets back to fc. There is also no more bishop h5 pin. Yeah, it suddenly this pawn takes away the lovely h5 square from black's bishop as well.
Yeah.
Masterpiece.
Carlsen in his element here.
And Hikaru did go rook e6. I mean, let's just go back because he's under some time pressure. He's down to 3 minutes. And this is Hikaru Nakamura. He's ready to connect I went rook e8, queen d1, now the situation changed. I'm ready to go back to e6.
And also he's tempting Wesley with the move repetition.
But it will never happen. I mean, White has the time advantage and the promising position, and there is no guarantee at all that you will get another chance like this against Hikaru. Yeah, your move was rook b5, also made perfect sense. Yeah, just to suddenly put black into uncomfortable shoes from all angles. For example, rook b5, knight a7, rook back to b3, then knight c6. Who benefits from the rook being on b3? Is that better or not? Of course, it's all very difficult to understand.
A lot of choices. You'd rather go knight h2 than knight h4, yeah? Like I was trying to figure out where this...
Yeah, humanly, but on the other hand, with knight h4, you probably have some very direct threats.
Yeah, you cover the g6 square, so queen g4.
But rook b5 on the board, it's kind of logical. Especially if black has to play the move knight a7, then you feel like, let me test my opponent. Knight b4 played.
What's this? Okay, you can't take twice because of bishop takes f2. That much we understand.
But a little bit the problem is that you won't be able to play knight c5 next, yeah? So if white plays just queen e2, protecting the pawn, and then knight c5 is already met by capturing the pawn on b4. And otherwise, we might just play rook a b1 or something.
Yeah, not clear where this knight is going. Computer also mentions queen b1, covering the pawn and now threatening to take. And maybe black is nothing better than going back. But then at least you can argue that the queen got sidetracked from its attacking mission.
Yeah, we got two very interesting games at the same time, and both are approaching the time trouble zone. Okay, let's go back to Magnus. He got your, I mean, knight f3, h4, you highlighted this idea, h4, knight g5. We have to jump in right there.
Now he went knight g5 directly, yeah? Forcing the issue. Interesting.
Didn't we notice this already during the World Blitz and Rapid that Magnus plays like you? I mean, you are always getting his moves right.
Exactly. Sometimes he misses some of my moves, but most of the time he gets there. Just needs a little longer. Should have 7, queen f3.
Yeah, lovely.
Still suffering for Eric Ace. So far everything is protected, but with these rooks always being ready to enter on these squares, it's never safety, is it?
Yeah, there is a question. I mean, for example, okay, some BC, rook g6, some direct attempt of trying to change the character of the position, giving up the e5 pawn. Does that work? But we also lose the f4 pawn. Oh my god, that wasn't part of the plan. And then you get bishop f4. It's a healthy pawn, and you have this e4 later f3 construction. Yeah, the queen will move from f3 to e3, maybe then f3 cement, and should be a long torture.
Cement torture does not sound pleasant to me. B takes C plate. Yeah, it depends how desperate he feels the situation is.
Yeah,
goes g6. Oh, that's not a pretty move to make. Oof.
No, this is...
We don't like this move. Ooh, the bishop doesn't like this move.
And the king on g8 doesn't like it.
No one likes it.
I mean, basically what black is signaling that I want to stand on my, I want to stand my ground with the fortress. But if ever anything happens, then black position just falls apart automatically.
Yeah, this is very hard to believe. White can keep putting pressure on all these squares.
Also, the queen might get to the long diagonal again, putting pressure on the e5 pawn. I mean, how is black supposed to be protecting this?
Oof.
The rook can never move from e6 to e7. Then rook d6 comes. Uh-oh.
No, this is looking rough for Arjun.
And Arjun down to a minute. Yeah, probably that's why it was a nervous move. He had to make a move and he didn't know what to do. But yeah, this hard to believe in this move.
Only the first game, but of course, falling behind in these 4-game matches against Mr. Carlsen, it's not a great idea at the risk of stating the obvious.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah, queen d3 is very tempting because Magnus with the move queen e2 to f3, he was hinting at some, touching on something on the king side, maybe queen h3, queen f5. And he probably wanted to provoke g6. But now that g6 is provoked, what is his queen doing on f3?
Yeah, he's taking his time here.
There is even another argument for something like gc and then fg and then opening up something and then even use the f file for attack. Also possible. Combining all possibilities. And besides, after gc, fg, we also get queen e3 targeting the c5 pawn.
So many choices.
Yeah,
right. Feels like, maybe it's cashing in too early.
Yeah, it's a committal decision. I would definitely not do it in my game, but as a commentator, I can speculate.
You can prepare it. Rook d7, threatening g3. Compy is really happy about rook d7. What does he want?
Well, rook 8 to e7.
He wants to take. And bishop a1 plate.
Yeah,
Carlsen
and going queen c3, the systematic approach.
Yeah. d7, rook d6. Queen a4. Oh, he's going for the endgame.
Wow.
Wow. He loves his endgames. Queen b3. He also loves his pawns. He doesn't like to sacrifice anything.
Yeah, let's just show that queen c4, then the g6 pawn is falling.
Oh, sorry. The moves came too quickly. Queen c4. You can take here. That would be very bad news.
Yeah, total collapse.
Arjun had to take. Once again, Magnus in complete control. He had no more weaknesses.
Exactly.
Well, he can quietly go after all these pawns.
And he will collect all four, a6, c5, e5, f4. There is no force that can save those pawns.
It's one falls. The rest will follow. Rook takes rook d5. No, it's too much. It's another strategic masterpiece by the world champion. Making it look easy here, which it isn't. Let's switch over to the Hikaru game. Magnus seems to be well on the road to victory. Bishop takes was played and rook d6. He doesn't take here, not allowing any simplifications with bishop takes c4.
Of course.
King f7, but now it's already a different story because after bishop c4, he can pick up a bunch of more pawns. So he does take bishop g4 played. There's still the check. Yeah, this is coming to an end.
Yeah, Arjun is also down to 7 seconds, but nothing helps.
g7. Now you can just move the bishop, rook e4, f3, or rook f4. Yeah, played.
Yeah,
C'est fini, as we say in Germany.
It resigns.
Which will give us a chance to switch over to the Nakamura game, where, to nobody's surprise, Hikaru has defended incredibly tenaciously. Might still be a little worse, but it doesn't.
But still under pressure, exactly.
Yeah. Well, Magnus is happily collecting here.
Yeah, giving a check and then playing f3, and that's it.
It's taking a moment, but yeah, played. And it's over. This pawn drops. And as you said, they will all fall.
Yes. I mean, I did not think, honestly, that the g6 pawn will fall so quickly, but yes.
Rook b8, but that's, yeah. Last-ditch efforts at some counterplay. He's hoping for this and then create a threat. But it's a piece down. And there aren't that many threats, really. g3, king f1. And Magnus, merciless, gives back the bishop to create this h-passer and is saying, you know what? I don't need an extra bishop. This rook endgame will do because I'll get an extra queen. h7 looks pretty good. g2, king h1. Oh, he doesn't go king h1. He wants rook h2, rook h6. Also cute. Beautiful finish by the world champion who wins his first game. Looks pleased.
Well, I think we can all relate to that. Yeah, understand it. It was a wonderful performance.
Beautiful game. Now time for a little techno break, and we'll be back for game number 2. But the Wesley So versus Hikaru Nakamura game still.
Wow. I mean, but he
swing.
pushed a3. I wanted to say that what an incredible fortress with the pawn on a4, because rook a4 always runs into rook f2 check. But now he pushed it. But maybe it's the same fortress.
Same. Now he waits. If you ever take, this gets taken.
Wow.
He just never collapses.
Yeah, making a lot of sense of his rook on f6.
c5. Still the same trick. If you ever take here, this distracts the rook. And what's going on? Just as I switch away, did he give the pawn?
Because
play?
f3. Okay, f3. Now he could play f3. And what a stunner. d5 was possible according to computer. But okay, with 20 seconds on the clock, then ed rook a6.
Okay, that's a tough one.
Yeah. So, but like this, okay, then Wesley is at least not squeezing.
Yeah, he's a pawn up. Like, might be active enough to hold the balance, but okay, just as we said, there's no way through. Just picks up the pawn.
Yeah, but f3 is such a big weakness, yeah, and that's it. Hikaru sacrificed the rook
to make a draw.
and gives perpetual check.
Wasn't the longest squeeze in the world. An 8-second squeeze, and then the perpetual. And they're both leaving the premises. Draw there, Nakamura. Doing Nakamura things. Under pressure. Not collapsing.
And again, we have seen that this small little move, f2, f3, let's just go back there. It finally did collect a pawn, but it was such a committing move, and White's king suddenly got very weak. And that's all what Hikaru needed for counterplay. Let's just see this last couple of moves. Queen d4, queen b3, rook e8, already getting ready for this.
Rook a3 was too subtle here. To continue, you had to go rook f2, then maybe hope for some f4. Doesn't look like it was lethal, but after rook a3, queen e3.
And queen b2, rook b8, beautiful finish.
I love a good drawing combination.
It's also one of, my favorite, yeah. Everybody is happy, everybody is pleased, yeah.
Why does there have to be winners and losers in chess? People sometimes say the problem with chess is that draw exists as a result. I disagree. The problem is that wins and losses exist as results. But yeah. Very nice game by Nakamura, fighting back here from a tough situation, as we're used to. Enter the draw. Magnus Carlsen wins his first game with just a positional masterpiece against Arjun Erigaisi. And we will be back with game number 2 of this 4-game matches. What is it exactly? If it's 2-2, Peter, what happens?
Well, then immediately we get to the Armageddon.
And it's the same bidding procedure, yeah? Like 15 minutes
exactly
for White, and Black can bid on how much time he wants in return for the draw odds. So there's no blitz tiebreak like it used to be in the old Champions Chess Tour. It's straight to Armageddon, like Bruce Willis. We'll be back in a couple minutes when we play everybody's favorite game. Who can name more Jean-Claude Van Damme movies? But we'll also cover Carlsen versus Erigaisi. See you then.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it. How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
This whole concept of just bulldozing the Black King, jumping in there with the Queen, and making sure the Rook comes in with a ladder mate is everything this chapter is about.
Everything this chapter is about.
The point is, I don't want you to get a move that's not in the course and go, I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
92% of games get to this position. From this position, White is winning about 60-70% of the time. And I think if you learn these lines, that very easily could be 75% or 80% for you.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world. with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
(1-0) with the white pieces now against Magnus Carlsen. And we see the Queen's Gambit accepted on the board. Not a regular choice for Magnus, but he plays it sometimes. And it's had a good run recently with Abdusatorov doing very well with it, for example, in the Tata Steel tournament. Queen's Gambit accepted on the board. Knight f3, a6.
And yeah, this is a little twist by Magnus. Yeah, typically he's trying to play some old lines against his young opponents, assuming that they might be very familiar of the main lines, all the direct confrontations, but all these small finesses. But does it really change much? I mean, after e3, can you protect the pawn with b5, or how does it go?
This line exists. I'm not sure if it's still very much en vogue, like AB, or b3 directly takes and b3. It's not considered that much for white, but I think people never were too excited about it either. So I'm not sure if he wants that or if he's just teasing after e3. He wants to.
No, he opted for it. We have it on the
went
board.
for it. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, but I think that white actually plays with b3. He does
Without
not trade
taking,
on
yeah,
b5.
exactly. Yeah,
Yes.
That's the most critical. And yeah, similar ideas, but leaves a little more play in the position with these a pawns still there. I recall, I think Peter Svidler used to play this, and there were a bunch of lines where somehow you lost the pawn later, and then you had to make it draw, which was possible, but maybe not that much fun.
Yeah, but all these
Interesting
theories
choice by
are
Carlsen.
like dating back 10 years at least, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the trick of Magnus. Yeah, b3 on the board.
All debates, but Arjun knows.
Okay, I mean, this is easy to know, but later how to pose problems, I think that's the tough part. Because it's almost a symmetrical position. Yes, Svidler was doing this in 2013. That's how I also recall it. Was candidates in London, I believe that he did this.
Feels like yesterday.
It really does. Yeah.
Rajabov had a tough tournament. Ivanchuk also very up and down. Yeah. Aronian, Kramnik, and Carlsen fighting for the lead. Aronian fell out of it. And then Kramnik and Carlsen both collapsing in the last round, with Magnus Carlsen still making it to the match against Vichy. 10 years ago. We're getting old, Peter.
That's how I feel.
When was your match against Kramnik? That was 19 years ago? That's insane.
Yeah, 2004. Absolutely
Wow.
insane, yes. Wow, and now Arjun is taking his time. Yeah, because if you don't know how to pose problems, where to put the pieces and so on, it's very tough to
Then I
challenge
can
the
just
system.
peter out here.
Yeah. And already that he's taking time now before going b takes c4 indicates that he's
not a
not
good sign,
familiar.
yeah.
Yeah, but he takes. Okay.
Yeah, takes. Bishop takes. I guess you go knight f6 here. Question is after castles. What do? Do you go bishop b4? Do you go c5? Do you just play bishop e7? Yeah, I think this is the first question. Knight b7.
Yeah, trying to be as flexible as possible. And I think if I remember correctly, it was somehow important for white to go knight bd2. Yeah, it was some kind of a key move, if I remember There was some Chapalinov, Ivanchuk. I think there was some game from Croatian league that I remember in this line that was putting black under some pressure. But I might be mixing things up.
I haven't looked at this for 10 years. I remember back then it wasn't so simple, but I can't recall anything. I just recall sometimes.
Bravo, Arjun. That's it. He knows the spirit.
Yeah.
Knight b2, then rook b1 also touching this bishop on b7. Then if black goes rook b8, then the pawn on a6 will be vulnerable. I'm loving it that he has the right spirit.
Bishop e7 played. Computer not in love with what Magnus is doing, so yeah, it's not computer move by move prep here, but instead saying, I'll play some old line that's not so easy. And maybe this is what I was recalling, because there was some line where you give this pawn.
Exactly.
And then you somehow try to make a draw. Maybe it was this exact line, actually. Takes, some c5 or queen a8. And it wasn't so much, but still pawn. Carlsen thinking about it.
Yeah, by the way, just to highlight it, that according to computer, instead of rook b1, queen b3, rook b8, queen d3, this delicate maneuver was the way to go. I mean, it's our engine. I don't know how strong this engine is, but it's worth mentioning because it's a beautiful idea. Yeah.
Not an obvious move, but yeah, once again, going after this a6 pawn.
But not allowing the trade of the rooks, yeah. Yeah, queen e2 castles. This is exactly, and Magnus was there. He knows these games very well. He has insane memory.
Yeah, he's. You can quiz him on any game from 15 years ago, and he will know exactly. Sometimes people think he doesn't know theory because he doesn't always play the main lines. But ask him about the move orders in any game, wherever played. He follows everything, and he recalls everything. He's very impressive.
Exactly. But this is how it should be. I mean, you have to love your profession, yeah. And if you are playing these tournaments, usually it's also a routine that during the game you are walking around, you look at the games, then after the games, maybe you check with the computer, you talk to the participants, what happened. It's always very interesting, a little bit to socialize with the players.
I'm not sure if by socializing he acquired all this knowledge, but I think he just follows everything. Like during the games also. Even when he's not playing in a tournament, he's normally very in tune with who played what.
Yeah, I mean, the conversation usually takes place during dinner, yeah, that, okay, you're one of your opponent, or, I mean...
not if you're having dinner with Peter Heine, trust me. Other topics.
Really? But, I mean, okay, for example, in Linares, you automatically have these tables next to each other, then...
Peter Linares is gone for 10 years.
Exactly, but that's what I remember. You know, those were my tournaments. Yeah, so it was very natural that you knew exactly that those are your concurrents, but you have big respect towards. You will never ask some secrets. But what happened middle in the game? What were your feelings? And the players were also willing to let their emotions go. It was very natural.
Good old Hotel Annibal.
Hotel Annibal, the legendary Hotel Annibal.
Takes. Yeah, Magnus is still blitzing out this old theory.
Probably Peter Svidler thinking, come on, Magnus, 10 years later you are playing my prep from the candidates.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen a8. I think queen a8, queen c4, c5. Yeah, that's...
this looks like...
That's the spirit.
What they did, because if takes, you don't keep the pawn, yeah? Takes, knight c3, we have bishop b4. Yeah, we win the pawn back, and then things will simplify. So white has to try queen c4. Then c5, and it wasn't that much, but it's still a pawn. It's still a pawn.
Wow, basically we can focus on this game, but how long it will last. Also the other game, look at this, everything petered out.
Nothing happening.
The handshake is just seconds away.
Yeah, Wesley being his usual rock-solid self with the black pieces. Can't get touched. So we can stay here. Caro shaking his head a little bit Drosso. And Carlsen went for Queen A8 C5. Still accessing his memory palace here.
Yeah, and one of the key moments also when you have second at the tournament, then usually the second is following all the games. Yeah, and as a player, you walked by and you had also some question other games, then you automatically ask your second, and your second usually should already know that you will ask some questions. So he has to anticipate, he has to be kind of prepared, not only in your game, but also in other. It's always very nice to see that chess players love playing chess.
Oof, that's good to know. I was just sleeping and going to the gym while Ayush was playing in Vike. I'll take a note. Follow games.
But what? Is there a gym in the hotel now in Vike?
No, I had to go all the way to Beverwijk. That's why it took so long. I had to take the bus to the neighboring village. Let me write that down. Follow games, anticipate questions.
Maybe Anish already knows all the questions anyway. Yeah,
he has all the answers.
Yeah, you just have to keep him in mood.
The good thing is you can bluff nowadays, because my phone is strong enough that if he has some question, like my phone can normally answer it. I hope he's not watching. Greetings, Anish.
Yeah, Anish is watching everything.
You can't watch all the shows at once, not even him.
Somehow he manages.
It's true, he's very well informed. He has his little birds everywhere, whispering in his ear. What is this? We're still pawn down?
Yes, and there is no direct way. Yeah, knight b6 will be met by a5, and then we lose some tempi. Yeah, yep. I mean, knight b6. Then the move knight e4 or knight d5 looks very tempting. Yeah, just to bring that knight a bit closer.
Yeah, this feels nice somehow. Also stopping knight b2 maybe. Also,
yeah,
happens to be the first computer move.
I think we should ask chat. Yeah, chat can help us out. Or thought is that how did this Grishuk Svidla game continue?
Chat, how did this Grishuk Svidla game continue? They don't have a clue, Peter. They don't have a clue.
No, chat knows everything. Come on. I have experience. Whenever Tanya was asking some question, the chat was always answering it perfectly.
Okay, but Tanya is much more likable. I mean, they're more motivated then.
Sasha took on a8. Okay, that explains. So the queens were traded off on a8 immediately after queen a8.
Okay, but then it's just a draw.
Yeah, basically, it means that Sasha was impressed by Peter's preparation and didn't believe.
Didn't even feel like playing one pawn up.
Yeah, because still the pieces are cramped. Yeah, this is more like modern chess that you believe that maybe you can hang on to this pawn.
But also, I still think there's a good outcome for white from the opening, even if black plays nicely and manages. It still feels like you have to be very precise with black here, and he could easily just end up in eternal suffering. So I guess this line fell out of fashion. Probably you can prove with a computer here that with best play it's a draw, but it's not easy, and white has options along the way. So I'm not too surprised people aren't tempted to play this. Carlsen went rook c8, bishop d2 played by Arjun, also very logical, preparing a5 if needed.
Yeah, and also rook c1. Yeah, he's trying to bring the rook to c1. If he can then hide the bishop on e1 and then you get a5, you almost get a winning position. I perfectly agree what you said. Yeah, that this is the dream come true for Arjun, getting this position against Magnus.
Also, the compy is saying it's no longer so easy. It really like this knight e4 move instead of rook c8.
I also have this feeling that if somebody blitzes out a line like this, then you are afraid until he blitzes. Yeah, if he suddenly start to think, you think, okay, thank you very much. I'm pawn up. I'm not supposed to know anything. I'm hanging on to my pawn. You are the one who have to prove. And if you are not able to blitz out all your perfect preparations, then you have to suffer.
Sure. Now, suffer time it is. Why was this knight e4 move so good, by the way? If we do the same, then black is somehow in time to target things. Takes a knight dc5.
Yeah, but it's so difficult to understand. Okay, a5, yeah, what is the difference?
Yeah, I don't know.
That you don't have time to go rook c1, bishop e1. Yeah, the knight is coming to d3, tactics on f2, whatever. I mean,
Very direct
are
stuff.
getting out of control.
But after rook c8, maybe that lost his half tempo that he needed. cd 94, 94. Now there's a tactic. Boys and girls, knight takes e6 is there.
And then Magnus will have to suffer this 4 versus 3, because if I see correctly, computer analyzes that after knight e6, you just have to ignore and play queen a6. Then the knight retreats to d4, rook a8, you take back the pawn on a4, but you will have to suffer 4 versus 3.
Will he spot it?
Will for sure. There is no way Arjun will not play this.
Yamuto Chess is asking, Jan, in which things you helped Giri and Vaikanze? Dinner reservations. It's very hard to get a table in Klein, Switzerland. So I diligently went there after the gym and said, table for 2 at 7:30. That was the main task.
We all know that it's not true, but it sounds great, yeah.
No, it is true.
I mean, Jan is always too shy, guys. I mean, you should never believe in this, because just like he has some incredible opening repertoires and he's also sharing on Chessable, this lifetime, whatever, they are all extremely good works. But if you hear Jan, then okay, I'm just clicking this, I'm just explaining this. No, those are excellent works. And also, I think Anish was quite happy to have Jan there to guide him in any questions that might appear.
Live questions. Yeah. No, but we had a good time, and I was delighted, of course, that Anish won his first super tournament. And was a great feeling. Magnus Carlsen has won a super tournament or 2, and Arjun did not go for knight takes e6.
Wow. This is kind of shocking, because he still had like 10.5 minutes. Is this the magic of Magnus? Yeah, that he did not believe that Magnus could miss a move like this?
I don't know. I think he just didn't think of it. I think if you think of it, you do it.
Yeah, but exactly. I mean, you don't think of it because you don't expect Magnus to miss something like this. This was the point what I was trying to claim, because against anyone else, I cannot really imagine that Arjun not spotting this almost instantly.
We should mention, by the way, that the Nakamura So game ended in a draw. We were ignoring it because not much was happening there. So the score is 1-1, and I'm sure events will heat up in the games to come. Chad is asking if it was 15 days of Klein, Switzerland. No, you have some options in Vaikanze. They actually, for a sleepy seaside town of 2,500 people, have a pretty good restaurant landscape. Amongst chess players, the Italian is very popular, and the Klein Switzerland is very popular, and the what's called the Sonnebank Hotel is also very popular. So you switch between those normally.
And also, if there is a rest day coming, then you might consider going to Beverwijk as well, yeah?
We did that once, but we didn't like it that much.
Wow.
But we walked there. We were very sporty.
You walked all the way to Beverwijk. Okay.
And back.
Then we know why Anish won the tournament. This is heroic stuff.
No, but there I'm still a beginner, because he used to have Tukmakov as his second, and that guy is a serious walker. Well, for me, yeah. No, but usually, seriously speaking, I think most top players, they don't do a lot of sports during the event, but it's very important to get some fresh air and also some moment to calm down a bit. So normally walking is the weapon of choice. A little tougher in Vike because it might be raining and very, very stormy. But we did a lot of walking.
Yes.
What's going on here? It's nothing all of a sudden, yeah?
Exactly. How do we keep the pawn? And again, the same motive that the knight is threatening to jump to d3 as well. A lot of tactics. Wow, it just went exactly as Magnus has dreamed of when he opted for rook c8.
Yeah.
Yeah, what to do now? I mean, a5, knight d3, or knight f2.
Does this work? Do we have some trick? Because I see computer's not saying knight d3. No, but it's also fine.
Wow, but okay, giving up the f2 pawn just like that, it's not easy.
No one does this. Yeah, no one This is, he plays f3, which is more natural, kicking this knight away. Problem seems to be after knight d6, we're still not coordinated enough.
Okay, knight c3. Let's protect the pawn.
Apparently this is fine. But once again, it's one of those computers that has zeros. But why is this zeros? Like h5. I'm a pawn up.
Yeah, it looks like it's a pawn. And it feels like there should be a way. Yeah, so okay, f3 nicely played by Arjun.
Chad wants to know what the Italian restaurant is called, Vike. I don't recall, to be honest. Everyone calls it the Italian restaurant because there's only one Italian restaurant.
No?
Tarantella, Peter knows, of course.
Yes. I mean, I played 16 years Vaikanze, yeah, so I should know something about it.
Sicilian specialties. They have pizza and pasta.
Everything. And also they had my favorite fish, yeah, pesca spada, the swordfish. Yeah,
I didn't try that.
And also they have the cucumber salad, yeah, the cucumber salad.
Hang on, let me write all that down.
Is very nice.
Look at other games. Order pesca spada. Okay, I'll be prepared next time. Magnus thinking here. Where to put the horsey? Knight f6 somehow looks more natural. Computer likes it less. So which one is it?
Yeah, because knight d6 is a bit artificial.
Feels loose. It feels a little loose. Yeah, and he doesn't do it. He plays knight f6.
Yeah, he goes back knight f6. And apparently after a5, bishop d2, I mean a5, bishop d8, bishop d2, white can protect the pawn.
Such a stupid line. Where would he play that line?
Yeah, something like knight d5, knight b4 looks natural. Just try to bring that now. But knight d5 will be met by bishop d2 also, controlling the b4 square.
And knight c3 was played, not a5, covering the pawn, also natural enough. Queen a6, perfect square for the queen. Blocking the guy and looking into the white position.
And if knight db5 with the idea of going queen c4, then you have some direct. Knight
really.
d7 is very nice. Yeah, because I really want to activate my king from a to like queen c4, but then knight b6 comes, and then you create this Luftia with h6. Okay, it's still not easy. Okay, but Arjun has some time advantage. Yeah, 7 minutes versus 3:45. Queen e2 on the board. Okay, nice, because if we don't have to worry about knight d3, then, and probably not because of the pin, then this queen e2 is nice.
Ugh, I'm getting messages from Anish. I was worried he's watching the show, but he's talking about some other chess stuff, so we're safe.
Then okay, let me use the moment to congratulate Anish also personally, because it was really impressive, and I was very happy because I felt like, you know, he had these 2 tie breaks already, 2 playoffs. He really deserved to have one already, or to be called the winner of Vaikanze already before, and now he managed. So big congrats.
Very much so. Queen a5, queen c4. It's still not over, no? Like,
yeah, then knight d5. Okay, everything depends on that particular line.
The trick we can't take.
No,
oh, you can.
Here you can, but after ed you can't take.
Here we can't take. Sorry.
Yes.
That's his point.
Yeah, so if we play bishop d, yeah, so takes, and okay, knight c6. This is completely crazy computer stuff. It's almost impossible that all these queen e1 checks are hanging in the air, but then queen f1 is fine for you. In fact, you are winning.
I don't know, he might spot it.
But what happens after knight d5, bishop d2? Because that would be then you just take on c3 and take on a4. Yeah. No more, but no, knight c6 here. Yeah, this was exactly this is also a human trap.
Oh, that's cute.
So much to calculate. It looks like an end game and everything, but yeah, very tough.
Yeah, here you have to be patient. Go queen a8 first.
Okay, Magnus can do it, but he's down to 3 minutes. I mean, there is a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure here. And there is bishop d2, but bishop d2, I mean, hang on. Bishop d2, knight a4, knight c6. What is this? There is so much boom, boom,
this
boom
works.
going
Yeah.
on.
Oof, tell me about it.
Yeah, knight e7, check, king f8, and it looks like it should be fine.
Boom, 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 over.
Yeah.
And black survives.
Wow, tough moment. Yeah, because if Arjun is able to go very deep in his calculation, this queen c4, knight d5, and if he spots this and he will challenge Magnus with only 3 minutes on the clock, this will be very tough spot for Magnus. And after queen c4, we are setting knight c6, so now black doesn't have time for knight fd7, knight b6 because of knight c6. So
yeah,
everything
if you
depends
waste
on
too much
knight
time, then white starts crawling out. You can't do that.
Yeah.
So this is
everything depends. Let's just take a quick look at this. Yeah, queen c4 on the board. Knight d5.
Not played yet.
Not played yet. But yeah, the computer line was knight d5 takes, e d5, knight c6. And then, of course, instead of queen e1 check, d takes c4 is the move.
How does this go? Then we get forward to 3 or what?
No, then you go c3 and you have
C3.
this very dangerous passer.
Okay.
And then you have to play some bishop a3. I mean, this is so tough to calculate because white can also lose suddenly with this c pawn.
Yeah, only move knight c6.
Knight d5 on the board. We're gonna see this. This is a hell of a fight. Wow.
There's also this move, by the way, for the record, if we wanna try to keep everything covered.
Yeah, and then queen b5. Yeah, just touching this queen on a5. Maybe even more practical because this knight d5, ed, knight c6, and then knight a5, c3. I don't think that you want to go unless you are really incredible computer. I mean, incredible calculator, and you believe in all your abilities that you can control it. Because it's a very computerish line. On the other hand, it's kind of, if you spot it, it's tempting because you understand that if it works, it's good, yeah?
Yeah, Bishop d2 played.
Yeah.
This was this move, the line where black is fine queen a8, but he will for lack of options.
Exactly.
The trap is knight c3, knight c6, so it's a cunning move, actually.
Yeah, what I spotted when working with computers, that computers in these symmetrical positions are just so incredibly strong. Yeah, this is the human feeling is not really understanding all these nuances that the position still gives often.
Yeah, I spotted that in non-symmetrical positions as well.
But there somehow the human feeling is still kind of yeah. Of course, computer is stronger and we miss things, but we have a certain flow. Yeah, but in this type of positions, we are like absolutely not really understanding what computers are capable of. Yeah, queen a8. I called it that only Magnus can find it. Yeah, this queen a8.
You think only Magnus can find queen a8?
No,
if you
not
give this
only,
position
but...
to 10 good players, I'm saying 9 find queen a8.
Okay, well, but
because it's the only
move.
move.
I mean, I say Hikaru would find it as well. Yeah, but I'm not sure.
Wow, shots fired at Wesley. So
no, Wesley doesn't get into this type of positions. Yeah, I mean that's the trick. Yeah, he controls it better before.
But I still think he's gonna do it.
I mean, but down to a minute, it's not easy. Look at this, Magnus down to a minute now.
Yeah, thinking.
It's a typical move that you have seen it from computer, then you say, of course it's clear, but it again retreats. Giving up all these dynamics that the queen on a5 was hinting on the e1 square and all these things. Very tough psychologically.
We shall see. You're normally right about these things. But I still believe.
Magnus with 5 seconds will play queen a8. Yeah, finally. Down to 28.
Oh.
I need some water. Oh.
Knight b6 is the alternative. Queen b5 then is annoying though. And the trick to avoid is knight c3, knight c6. Could be they planned knight c3 from afar, but now he's spotted.
Down to
knight
10
c6.
seconds.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Look at this. He has 11 seconds, which means with 8 seconds on the clock, he finally played the move queen a8. Wow.
He did it though.
Impressive. Great defense. I think understanding that this knight xc, knight c6 loses, this hurted his feelings, yeah, because probably was counting that there is something easier than this.
But this looks reasonably clean all of a sudden, no? Knight d5 ed, and you take the pawn and it's equal. a5 is a move apparently, but then queen takes a5. This is more tactics coming up. And here, oh, ed5 here. But yeah, black holds.
Yes, but wow. I mean, if it would have been so simple, Magnus would have not. How much time he had? Like 2:30 on the clock and went all the way down to 8 seconds.
Nah, he's just trying to get us excited, Peter.
Okay, that's nice.
Chaz asking why queen a8. Yeah, basically knight takes c3 didn't work because of knight c6. That was a trap. So what you have to do is you have to cover the c6 square and ideally keep an eye on this knight and on the a4 pawn. And only queen a8 accomplishes all of these things.
A super multi-purpose move, yeah. Knight d5, e d5 tempo hits the queen and the pawn on a4, and suddenly this is so frustrating from the white side that you feel like, okay, I'm better, my opponent is down to his last seconds, and there is no good follow-up. And thanks to the 3 seconds increment, if black survives the next couple of moves, takes back the pawn, then you have no chance of converting your advantage.
Yeah, this might be it. But still, I think my point still says this is a tough line to play with black here to do so many precise things. And even there, white had some chances during the game. It's not like intuitive that you just pick up the pawn and equalize. Arjun calculating.
Yeah, it will be interesting to follow this line that after this game, will it become popular and people will dig their way all the way with computer till the draw, or they will just stop looking at it?
So if you want to dig your way all the way with computer to the draw, you can do this, no? I mean, like...
Okay, but
you're not even a pawn down.
Yeah, that's classical stuff. And now Arjun down to 50 seconds, yeah, because he's shocked, yeah, he was hoping, yeah. Automatically when the opponent spends so much time and you have chances and he needs to find an only move to equalize, you have, yeah, poor Arjun. I mean, Magnus has spotted this defense.
Yeah, he goes a5, asking the question, but Magnus has had time now to calculate all this. Captures instantly, queen a5.
Yeah, knight takes d5, e d5 is so important, yeah, that suddenly you can't take on d5 because the d2 bishop is hanging, and
knight takes d5 on the board, e d5 also played. And it looks like things will
bishop a5,
simplify.
dc, bishop b4, is that something trying to pin that knight?
Black holds.
And then king f1. Okay, we are coming closer to this pawn. No, queen c1 played.
Yeah, he didn't want the endgame. Tries to keep some play in the position. But here there's nothing. This set of pieces with the isolated pawn, it just defends very easily because white also has some weaknesses in his camp.
He went queen a4, knight f... No, queen a4 he played. Knight f5, bishop f8, bishop c3, queen c4.
White should be careful now. It's easy to miss some trick in these types of positions, and white is really not better.
Wow, and Arjun is under some time pressure now.
Yeah, Magnus on autopilot now that he's safe.
Yeah,
and yeah, he's happy just to make a draw, takes bishop g7 and wrap it up. He's in the lead. Tough to win a game against this guy.
Yeah, there was a chance. However, usually it's also very difficult to get a chance, but there was a chance for Arjun.
That's the problem. It's hard to get a chance, and even if you get a chance, it's hard to use it. So there are multi-layers of defense. You have to do everything everywhere all at once. King G1.
Yeah, not tempting to go for also for some Queen E1 idea with perpetual check.
Agnes, not in the mood to fool around, just wants to wrap up this game. Arjun can decide who gives a perpetual. He can also do it himself. I know he can't after King G7. But yeah.
Yeah, it's not the moment to refuse the reputation. The reputation. Yeah, that's it.
Draw agreed. Tough fight. Arjun came close, but he did not manage. You can see he's a little disappointed. Carlsen looking happy. Does he?
For sure. I mean, okay, this was a scare and he knows it.
That's for sure. Keeps his lead 1.5 half. Can end the match if he wins the next game with the white pieces. Normally with these leads, he doesn't mind a quick draw or a draw and putting the pressure on his opponent. But I'm not sure. Maybe he adjusted his strategy there a little over the course of this Champions Chess Tour. Because I recall in the beginning, whenever he was up 1.5 half, he was happy making a draw. But sometimes it backfired and he lost the last game. We'll see how he approaches the next one. But for now, he stays in the lead while the Nakamura sole game is still tied 1-1 after Hikaru defended a tough position in the first game. Couldn't get much done with the white pieces. And now it's going to be Wesley's turn to play with white again. We'll be back whenever the action kicks off again. I'll use the break to order some food. Peter, what shall I order? Very hungry now after your cucumber salad talk.
I don't know. What are your options? Yeah.
Everything. Big city.
But I don't think that
Thai,
you have
Italian,
time to eat.
Indian. No, I'll eat later, but I should order now because they close earlier.
Ah, okay. Then okay, you deserve a good meal after this marathon. So anything that you feel like you would love, you should go for it.
That's excellent advice. I'll get a pizza margherita. See you soon.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there. It's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or VChess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. Aim chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's look, just sign up for aim chess, okay? Just come on. Literally, why not? All right, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go. All right? Jesus Christ.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
This whole concept of just bulldozing the Black King, jumping in there with the Queen, and making sure the Rook comes in with a ladder mate is everything this chapter is about.
Everything this chapter is about.
The point is, I don't want you to get a move that's not in the course and go, I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
92% of games get to this position. From this position, white is winning about 60-70% of the time. And I think if you learn these lines, that very easily could be 75% or 80% for you.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
I know it's wrong, but I don't care. The fire is strong, but I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
too kind. But I have to admit, this particular move order I've never seen with bishop f5 and knight h5 so early. It looks like Archer knows what he's doing. In the old days, it was always considered bishop knight h5 is not great because of bishop e5, and after knight d7, some move like h3. But I'm not so sure if that thinking has changed. But here, this doesn't seem to work. No, here we have g4.
Exactly. Yeah, this is what I saw as well. If you go back knight f6, then Magnus will already maybe. But bishop h2, knight e4 is good for black. Yeah,
Computer doesn't mind this. Yeah,
this is important.
Can't touch her. That's the point. And Magnus played knight g3. Interesting. Not going for bishop e5, but knight to g3. Knight takes f4 and knight takes f5.
But okay, I mean, let's not forget about the match situation. Yeah, he's leading the match and he doesn't want to get into any strange business.
He's trying to be solid. The problem in the structure is if you try to be too solid, sometimes though black has potential for like long-term attacks. Now we have opposite color bishops, and of course white is not worse. But I kind of like the potential here for black to make this a game.
Yeah, g3 played by Magnus, making sure that his knight will be able to retreat to h4. I think this is very important because in this case you will have control of the e5 square and so on.
Yeah. Arjun very confidently solved his opening problems. Yeah, I think you're right. Magnus is trying to play it safe to some extent. You can also see by his choice on move 4, cd5. Of course, he knows it's not the most critical try. And let's see how it plays out for him. The other game, they continue their debate of this Italian line. And the same position even, or very close to the same position. I think the first game was rook b1, b5 directly. Here queen c2, queen d7 are included, but the same idea. Black goes b5. Wesley goes rook a1 back now that he forced his weakening. Rook a to e8. Knight b3, bishop b6, bishop d2. Yeah, like I mentioned, I was never such a big fan of these b5 lines when I looked at this, because it does leave some long-term weaknesses. But the computer says everything's all right for black.
Yeah, you shouldn't underestimate this knight h5. Exactly, this knight h5, rook g6, knight h5, rook f6 ideas are also very common theme in this line.
Very much so.
By the way, how do we react to knight h5?
I think bishop e3 is what it says, because rook g6 is, or maybe even rook f6 is a threat.
Is a big threat, yeah. But the white's last move was bishop to. There we go. Okay, everything is fine. And just when everything is fine, b5 happened. What is this move, b5?
We're down, so we need to get the stream back up, apparently. But yeah, b5 has become a theme in many of these positions. I'm still shocked to see it every time.
It's a theme, yeah, this b5.
In many of these Kasparov structures now, they play b5 in every situation, which in the old days we would have said, this is terrible. But often the computer says go b5, b4, c5. It's a brave new world. I'm not sure if this was right here, though, but I've seen it in many different types of positions here.
Yeah, I know that in the classical in the classical Carlsen, yeah, with the bishop on c8, then this is now very thematic, this b5, a5, bishop a6, whatsoever. But without the light square bishop, I have never seen this before.
Yeah, curious, but Arjun seems to like it. The h4 also, very modern move by Carlsen. Although here you could argue it's classical, it's just taking a square. Putting spawns on dark squares. a5. Arjun not afraid of the march of the h-pawn. I'm not sure I like this a5 move somehow.
Well, I think he wants to go b4 and then c5 and say that this a5 pawn protects the b4 pawn, and I just
yeah, but why does he need a5 for it? He could have done it directly, I thought.
Yeah, could have done, but maybe somewhere he felt that this b4 pawn was a vulnerability.
Let's see how Magnus reacts. h5 would be the aggressive way. You can also play some tight moves like knight e2.
Yeah, hard to say. Yeah, this whole position, because Usually Magnus is so good at this. This is his soul. Yeah, he plays this exchange Caro-Kann. He plays all the London systems. I mean, he's getting this Carlsbad structure from so many angles. So he might be super into all this insight that when, how, and I mean, it looks strange to us, but it might be just everyday situation for Magnus.
He loves Carlsbad structure, and no such thing as a bad Carlsbad for Magnus Carlsen. Whenever he can get the Carlsbad structure, which is his position after c takes d5, e takes d5, out of there are many different openings, he seems happy with it. And here we are. Even on harmless versions like the one, or on paper harmless versions like he won this nice game against Nepomniachtchi in the Sinquefield Cup. Not sure if you guys remember the Sinquefield Cup, if there were any memorable events. But if you do, Carlsen won a nice game there in some harmless-looking Carlsbad structure against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Early on, must have been in the first 3 games. King g2 played.
Yeah,
keeping his options open.
It was round 1. Yeah, it was a very important round 1 game because then in round 2, Jan bounces back against Ali Reza in Catalan.
Yeah. And round 3, I can't recall what happened.
Yeah, we should not go too deep into this. Yeah, so King g2. White is preparing h5. And some mating ideas against Black's king is that too much to ask for. H5, then knight e2, knight f4. If knight takes f4, then e takes f4, and we're gonna open up Black's king and rely on the light square bishop, the bishop on d3, the monster bishop.
Could very much happen, yeah.
Yes.
Arjun should do something. I think he should no longer wait around and start his counterplay.
Yeah, the big question is that this b, for example, let's just make a move. b4, knight e2, c5.
Yeah.
That I see from computer, that computer just ignores this whole c5. He lets c5, c4 happen. It's not an issue. So we can continue with our plan, but okay. I believe Black should never close the center now with c4. Probably just cd and just try to trade everything.
Yeah. When he played queen a7, he keeps waiting.
Wow. But I'm not a fan of this waiting business because I see long-term danger for Black.
Yeah.
This knight e2, knight f4 plan is very much in Magnus' spirit. h5 with king g2. He already prepared himself for the attack as well.
Knight e2 played. It's a simple move to make because after b4 he had to do it anyway. And c5 is not really a threat. So he keeps his options open. Clearly, Arjun doesn't want to touch his own h4. So he doesn't have to hurry with h5.
Yeah, knights... I mean, Black will have to play b4, but I even don't understand. The queen on d8 that covered even the pawn on a5, yeah, just in case any queen a4s might appear after b4. I don't believe that that's the direction White wants to go, but definitely you have to reckon with it.
Yeah, queen 7 looked like a half useful move, but strategic danger is there. Let's very briefly switch to the So Nakamura game where Wesley got what you want from these positions, as you were explaining here when you were talking about the options. d5 weakening that square, and Wesley reacted. Exchanging the bishops. Now the horsey can jump in here. Also, yeah, in a way, typically, Caro, he doesn't go for the sharpest stuff, tries to keep the position for now. But he's a little worse. c4 is one day there. I'm not sure. Computer says it works directly, but this pawn is hanging, so you have to be very smart for that. And Wesley just plays more naturally. Plays rook to d1.
But honestly, I don't understand and I don't get this rook d1 move because I don't believe that we want to trade on d6. Yeah, rook d6, cd6 would be very much welcomed by Black. So Black can just play rook e8 to d8. Also with knight d7, you can try to challenge this knight on c5. I mean, I don't really understand this, honestly.
Yeah, it's fair.
I mean, I thought like it would be important to just put the rook back on a1, please, that he maybe try to get his knight d2, knight db3 to cement the knight on c5? Is that an option? Or then Black will go for some knight h5 counterplay? Or knight e1, knight ed3 was also something that one can think about locking down the d file and just cement this c5 square. I mean, something like this looked much more in the spirit, but now after rook d1, knight d7 happened. Hikaru challenges the knight on c5. What is happening here? I mean, looks solid enough for black.
Yeah. Compy wants to trade everything and say, we can play this.
Yeah, but humanly, I mean, with the knight on e3, yes, but with the knight on f3, one really has the feeling that black should have enough time to coordinate the forces.
Does he have an alternative? Going back looks a little sad as well.
Yes.
And, your cemento does not arrive in time.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, so basically he has to go for it and then try to squeeze this. But Hikaru apparently is not afraid of this squeeze. Rook d6, cd, knight d7, queen d7. Let's just trade everything and then rook d3 was the move, or which move order you have to do?
Yeah, no, queen d1, rook d3, queen d2.
Yeah, and then you're gonna try to get the knight to e3. Knight e1, c2, e3, or knight h2, f1, e3, depending on the situation. Yeah, could be something. I mean, it feels like black should have maybe some f5 play. I mean, something dynamic like in the Sveshnikov.
Also weakens a lot of squares.
Yes.
So yeah, maybe still some hope for Wesley. But the other game does currently look more exciting. So we switch back there. 92 b4 was played, and Magnus went for this knight f4 move, which he indicated. And after knight f4, ef, also the queen on e7 doesn't look ideal because it can get hit.
Yeah, c5 on the board. It had to be played, and strategically, I think this is very important that white can just ignore the pawn on d4, and also the strategical set of c5, c4 is not an issue here, and just go for with rook e1, h5 or whatever, just continue the plan.
Yeah, a lot of danger because you got this extra attacker now after this plan. You pointed out 92, knight f4.
Yes.
The f5 is also there.
And you remember it was exactly Arjun who showed incredible skills against Ali Reza in this structure in their second game yesterday. That he also got this opposite colored knight bishop combo, and there was a weak square, and he used it very nicely.
Yeah. And if Carlsen wins this game, the match is over. Carlsen would make it to the finals of the winners bracket, which is not the finals of the tournament. Because even if he wins the winner's bracket, he still has to defeat the winner of the loser's bracket. It's complicated. Double
it is complicated.
And he goes with f5 directly, using this pawn as a battering ram. I thought he would start with this pawn somehow, but maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, looked more natural to start with h5, but maybe he was worried that there is some knight f6, knight e4 in time to block this f5 option or whatever. It could easily be.
Now Arjun can try to block the h5 option at least with this.
Yes, but okay, now knight goes to e5. I mean, and if maybe we get some f4, queen f3, I don't know. There are options. I mean, when I see this structure, I feel like, okay, I want to play, yeah? Give me this position. Maybe I'm also getting carried away and overexcited. That could easily happen as well.
Never.
But, I mean, whenever I see these strategical possibilities, chess is so beautiful.
Arjun, loving the beauty of chess as well at 2 a.m., sitting there in India, being attacked by Magnus Carlsen. Big time differences. Magnus Carlsen in Toronto in Canada, where it's, I don't know what time it is now, 3 p.m.
I think it's also a big motivation, extra motivation. If Magnus needs any motivation at all, it's more of a joke that he needs to stay in the winner's bracket to start later, yeah, because at 5 in the afternoon, it's a little bit early for him in Toronto.
That's a good point.
Maybe that was the right preparation, yeah, that he wanted.
That's why he won.
That's why he went to Toronto to motivate him.
Arjun taking his time here, but he is ahead on the clock. He played much quicker in the beginning, so he still has some time to think, which he's using up now.
Yeah, Magnus already done to 4.5 minutes, really. Yeah, then, I mean, all these plans that we were talking about, also it wasn't so obvious for Magnus that, I mean, he will be in time, yeah, but he got something. Very tough. I mean, CD4, yeah, with the idea knight C5, but it's a very ugly move.
Then, slow, yeah, you will get hit with something.
Exactly, yeah. And H5, sacrificing the pawn, but we bombed this construction.
It's dangerous. Also, this bishop is so beautifully untouchable after CD4.
Yes, and G takes H5 just to show the follow-up that we would assume Rook H1 or Knight H4. Yeah, probably Rook H1 first.
Yeah, pieces are just coming.
Yes.
Very dangerous. You don't feel the missing 2 pawns at all. Arjun weighing his options here. What do you think he's going to do? C4, Bishop D4. Those are the top 2 computer moves.
Well,
CD4, not on the list.
Yeah, CD4 is out of question. I mean, I don't think that. I mean, your trainer immediately tells you to stop playing chess if you play CD4 here on higher level. It's just impossible. But C4, bishop takes. I mean, you have to find a way where you believe that you can create some counterplay. Yeah, because. But he takes CD4. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh! This is gonna be model game again.
H5.
And Srinath, you heard.
This is the 2 a.m. business. This is what you told me. It's the 2 a.m. problem. No,
I don't think Arjun's trainer is going to tell him to stop them. Hang in there.
Yeah, but no, this is now very unfortunate. I mean, how can you keep the structure and after? I mean, Knight F8 it won't hold. I mean, this Knight F8, but maybe it's trying to hold on to the G6 pawn. I mean, GH5, Rook H1, and then some Knight H4, Knight F5. The Knight lands on F5.
We should mention, by the way, I'm not sure what happened here. They repeated moves. That, yeah, Wesley didn't seem to be a big believer in this structure we were talking about. Instead, chose to repeat moves. So 3 draws in the other match. And we are left with Carlsen versus Eric Agassi.
Yeah, and Eric Agassi in a lot of trouble. I mean, probably he was kicking himself for this Queen E7 move.
Yeah, that felt a bit slow.
Exactly, and then he felt like, okay, CDI gonna go Knight C5, but he's not in time. Just 1 tempo, not in time now. So probably it wasn't a strategical miscalculation. It was just out of despair. But now he's in a lot of trouble.
Let's see if he finds a way to stay in the game. You can see on the clock, he's falling behind now. And Magnus is smelling blood. He wants to end this match. Right here, right now.
Yeah, just look at this construction. Let's highlight Bishop DC, Knight FC, Pawn F2, G3, King G2. I mean, everything is in perfect harmony. The Rook is coming to H1. And Black's position is just in ruins. I mean, the light squares, that's what matter.
Queen F6 played, trying to gather this pawn. But will he be able to fence off all these attackers? Okay, H1, H4.
Yeah, actually, Queen F6 was a nice move, nice resource. Because he still gives his knight on D7, so he's mobile for Knight C5, Knight E4, because he really needs that knight on E4 to block the light squared bishop.
Queen 2 played. Magnus not in a hurry, just quietly improving his position a little bit. Also, maybe he wants Knight C5, Rook C1. Yeah, maybe that's his point.
Yeah, but okay, then Bishop F8, protecting the knight and then trying to get that rook. After all, you are at least not attacking.
Mm-hmm.
And then some Rook C7, Rook, I mean, then there is some hope. Because if Black Knights lands on E4, then actually everything what we said before will automatically disappear. Then Black will have everything under control, blocking this bishop.
Okay, so thinking about it. Now behind on the clock.
Knight C5, can we go Knight H4? Because maybe that's a logical human move. Knight H4. We want to provoke G5 and go Knight F5. But you have Queen E6.
Very scary.
Maybe you are creating enough counterplay. But okay, knight g7, king g7, queen d4 is also already some kind of a torture, but maybe black can survive. Thanks to queen e4.
He went knight c5.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what Carlsen has in mind.
Yeah, queen f6, knight c5, very good defense. Yeah, this is the only, rook c1 played.
c1, bishop f8 played. Arjun hanging in there. At least Magnus can't do it on autopilot. Yeah, he has to calculate, find some ideas now. So this was a good defense.
Exactly, very important. Yeah. I mean, Arjun, of course, very resourceful. But against Magnus, I have the feeling that you don't have the right to give such chances, yeah, because you make your own life difficult.
Yeah.
Magnus will always find a way when he's strategically happy. No, I mean, he's probably the best of all times in all these things.
Taking his time. What are the options? Computer says rook e1.
But okay, since I really want to go rook c7, yeah, so it's a big question that do you want to step into this rook e7 business?
He's gone bishop b1. Okay, rook c7 still exists. Gergasi is surviving so far.
Yes, absolutely impressive. I mean, you remember I was very critical of c takes d4 because strategically it looked awful, but his moves with queen f6, knight c5 shows that he really understands the position and what he's believing that he's creating counterplay. And it's not easy for Magnus now to prove.
Not at all.
Perfect harmony. And now that white removed the bishop from d3, actually there isn't such a nice blockading stuff. Rook e7 coming.
You sound upset, Peter.
Well, I mean, I was rooting for the white position because it was so beautiful. It was very much to my liking. And all of a sudden, I see arguments for black as well.
Magnus, what was it? Still, all to play for. D1. But no, he goes on h4. He still goes for the attack. But now that this bishop has moved here, what you mentioned as well, d3 has become an option. And apparently that's a good move here. Don't ask me why.
Yeah, but it's very tempting. I mean, just get rid of this pawn. Also, after bishop d3, again, white is a little bit in hanging situation. So g5, knight f5, how do we evaluate this business?
I would say it's minus 0.21.
No, then knight takes d3. This is the tactic, and you lose the rook on c1 or the knight on f5. Wow.
Best move, knight h6 check.
Yeah, no, it's
g5 played directly without this d3.
But he probably he can play d3 if knight f5, then d3 will be played automatically.
Yeah. Probably after queen g4 as well. Just try to block one of the attackers. How does this line go? d3,
and then knight f3
and
back.
there's
if takes, then knight takes d3, and then some queen f2 business comes. You can't do that. You have to return with the knight to f3, I believe. So queen g4, d3, and knight f3 back. On the board, yeah, Magnus is using his chance, and knight f3 back. Harmony. Very tough battle, and now both players are approaching time scramble, and don't forget, it's not 10 seconds increment, just 3. d3 on the board.
Knight f3, there's your harmony.
Yes.
Oof, still very tense. Black king is weak.
No, it's some incredible fight. I mean, this is Arjun with his queen f6, knight c5, bishop f8, rook c7, forced Magnus to also give all his power, and he came up with this knight h4, queen g4, knight f3 regrouping.
Rook g7, trying to cover the pawn. Do we have time for rook h1? Bring more attackers?
Well, the d3
Compy doesn't
pawn
love
is...
it. Compy wants rook d1.
Yes, but it's kind of interesting. Yeah, that the pawn from d3 is not really running away. Knight e4 is always bad, but bishop takes d3. So really not so simple to find a good move for black.
Let's see what he does. Down to 1 minute, both of them, roughly. This could get exciting. Could be over any moment. If Magnus wins this game, he wins the match as well. But Arjun not going away. In general, I think that's the strength of his. He keeps fighting, finding resources, even in
Wow,
very tough
b3
positions.
played by Magnus.
b3, very slow. He wants to keep the b pawn. Is that a priority? Saying black can't do anything useful.
Well, queen g6 with the idea queen e4, but after queen g6 we have rook e1, but rook e1, black has rook e7 or not? There is some kind of a strange sequence of moves, yeah, that you can't take on g5 because the hanging rook, and if rook h1, then and we are against that in queen e4. Queen g6,
queen g6
on the
played.
board. Yeah. Arjun is like a machine. Defending incredibly.
Harmony Cemento. Is that the director of Kids? No, that's Harmony Corinne, yeah?
Yeah, rook e1, rook e7. Very high level stuff.
Not collapsing. And after rook h1, he doesn't even have to repeat. He can also try to go active.
Yeah, let's not forget about the match situation. Yeah, and Magnus goes rook d1.
Queen e4 is there. How does this
e4
work?
is there.
Queen e4, queen g5,
Rook
rook
g7.
g7, and black is coming.
Wow. Magnus is pushing his luck.
Pushing hard.
But maybe he also got carried away. Yeah, the position was so nice. He believed that he will just play by hand, and now queen e4 is a game changer.
Tough move to make, but Arjun makes it.
On the board.
The tables have turned completely. This is shocking.
Yeah,
and I could tell you hated this bishop moving, because now it's happened exactly what should never have happened. This bishop got blocked out by the d-pawn. And it's black. Yes.
Wow, now knight e6 apparently coming to f4 might be winning for black. On the board.
Spots this, of course.
Uh-oh, Magnus down to 10 seconds. A lot of pain, a lot of trouble here for Magnus.
Okay, he's very focused. Carlsen, clock's ticking. King g1 played, but knight f4 comes anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of game over now.
Also, rook h7 is there, no? Like, it's also winning.
Wow.
And rook h7 played. Queen e8. Ah, he's still fighting it. Queen f3, queen e6, and he survives. Perpetual. Whoa,
Queen e5 check. You
what
can't
an
play bishop
escape.
g7. Oh my god.
He's surviving. Rook f7. Queen g6. Okay, it's actually not a perpetual. Queen g6, king h8.
And down to 2 seconds. Magnus played with 1 second on the clock.
Oh, and he went rook d2, mistake, queen e4, and Arjun is back in the driver's seat. What a sad endgame with this bishop now. Oh, you can stalemate white. Bishop c3, rook f3. Nothing moves. But he allowed f3, but still rook f3 is winning. Arjun's gonna win this game. What a turnaround.
Yeah, just d2 and finish.
C'est fini. And Carlsen resigns.
Wow,
That's a tough one. He's shaking his head, smiling. That's the new Carlsen. He's smiling when he loses.
Well, I mean, he's very angry with himself. I mean, how did this happen? Yeah, from that wonderful position and incredible play by Arjun. I mean, you remember how harsh I was for this c takes d4. You can't play like this, and then he proved me wrong with queen f6, knight c5, bishop f8, rook c7, queen g6. Rook. I mean, sensational defense. Amazing.
I think he was still right about cd4, but he did not get punished, and he levels the scores 1.5, 1.5 with an upset Magnus now. All to play for. Erigaisi white in the final game of this match. Oof.
Well, I think that's exactly what Arjun needed and all the Indian fans to wake up, to get all the energy for the remaining decisive fourth game. Amazing match.
I'm not sure they need to wake up at 3 a.m. They need to stay awake. Yeah, shocking game. And all to play for. Both matches now tied at 1.5, 1.5. But I think it's fair to say the Carlsen Erigasi was slightly more eventful than the So Nakamura game match thus far.
Well, I think Hikaru and Wesley, they are holding back for the decisive Armageddon. This is how I feel.
But if they keep making draws, the bidding is going to be rough here. Like one side is going to say 3 minutes with black, the other 2 minutes. We'll find out. But yeah, very impressive stuff from Erigasi not to collapse here against the world champion from this situation. I'm not sure many people would have managed. Just kept finding all the best resources.
Yeah, got perfect harmony.
Starting with this move B3.
Yeah.
And yeah, now black took over. Magnus later had one more chance. No, like at least my computer was saying so here after queen e5, king g8, check, rook f7. Yeah, here this was the last key moment where after rook d2 he's lost or in trouble. But he could have taken here queen f2. Of course, you don't allow without time on the clock, but apparently white is active enough.
Yeah, I think to be fair, we have to go back to move 42. And if I remember correctly, Magnus gave queen g6 check with 1 second on the clock because he bounced back to 4 seconds. And I think that scared him, that he almost lost on time and maybe rushed queen takes d6. I mean, rook d2 too quickly.
Very much so. Yeah, he won't be happy, but here's Magnus Carlsen. He's still a favorite in the match, tied at 1.5. But we're in for drama when we come back. In the meantime, I'll open the window because Airthings will be very upset if the air quality drops here. You should do the same thing. And so should Magnus. Get some fresh air in there in this chess bras office because let's face it, they haven't opened the window in years over at the Chess Bra headquarters. I'll be right back with the great Peter Leko and the conclusion of the second day of the Champions Chess Tour. Welcome back, everybody. Game number 4 is kicking off in this exciting match between Arjun Erigaisi and Magnus Carlsen, where Erigaisi now has the white pieces. Scores tight, 1.5, 1.5. And Erigaisi goes for the fall E3 Nimzo, trendy opening. Carlsen has some trouble against Sarana. Let's see if he sticks to that line. What was the Sarana game? It was A3 CT4 or something strange, no?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
But Erigaisi plays the main move, C takes D5. And now we get a classical position. Short castles, knight C6. Bishop C2. This is how they used to play. There have been some developments here, no? Like, I'm trying to recall. I think the experts, they start with A3 here normally. So I'm a little surprised. But let's see what is in mind. Bishop C2,
look at
rook
this.
E8.
After Bishop C2, immediately he goes rook E8 and then Queen D6, G6.
Now the bishop can go to F8 in one go. That's why I think the current thinking was that he forced it to go to E7 or D6 before going for this Bishop C2 business. And here, yeah, there's a lot of theory. I know this because I studied Sarana games. Bishop D6, rook E1. White puts a little pressure.
Yeah, also Matthias Bluebaum is playing this with the white pieces.
Exactly. He also studied Sarana games.
I understood when you mentioned that you talked to some German player studying Sarana's games, then I had Matthias in my mind instantly.
Yeah, we're all big fans. Queen F3 played. Yeah, I think this is all still fairly common, but supposed to be fine for black. But this is old knowledge. I used to study this line long time ago, and I couldn't get anywhere with white.
Also, let's just mention the brutality of this format. Yeah, that we just had a 2.5 minute break, and already the next game started. It's just insane, and Magnus has just lost that terribly painful third game, and he has no breather. Yeah, and also for Erigaisi, he has no time to even cherish the momentum. Yeah, because immediately the next game comes. Very tough format.
What I'm curious about, why are Wesley and Hikaru getting such a long break? They're playing 5 minutes every game. They should be back in action, no? Or did they draw their 4th game already and we missed it?
Wow, let's check it out. I wouldn't rule it out.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. And in the best of styles, the classical Berlin draw, they both wanted this Armageddon, and they get it.
Well, now it's all about the bidding procedure.
Yeah.
Wow, but it's going to be very tough. I mean, if you are in this player's shoes, how do you decide? I mean, it's tough, yeah, because white gets 15 minutes. It doesn't really matter. The question is how much time you are still willing with black to feel secure, yeah. I don't think that going under 10 minutes is an option against Hikaru, for example.
Yeah, we'll find out, but they'll have to find a winner eventually, even if it is by draw. That means black wins in the Armageddon. But before we get to that, there is still chess to be played here. In Erigaisi versus Carlsen. Carlsen played Bishop D7, mildly surprising move. And Erigaisi took the chance to take on D5 and stabilize with Bishop E3. This bishop looks a little off, no? Like, looks like he lost half a tempo there.
Yeah, but probably he just wanted to clarify this structure.
Yeah.
Usually I would say that Magnus would be super happy from the white side here. Yeah, just tiny little edge. The D5 pawn is much more vulnerable than the pawn on D4. Bishop B3, knight F4, some H3 at the right moment.
Yeah, these things can be deceptive. They look equal at first sight, but since white can attack the pawn easier than black can attack this one, it's not so easy to play.
Yeah, and I see, for example, computers suggest the move knight E7, and my first question would be what happens after bishop G5? Wouldn't this pin really disturb? I don't want to take the pawn. I want to disturb.
She is not disturbed.
Wow. Okay, but bishop C6 and then queen D7. It's this is something from a different planet.
Let's see. He might have to. Bishop E6, knight F4 is also not a picnic.
Yes, it's not no picnic at all.
Do you like picnics? I'm not big on picnics.
I think maybe I was 5 years old when I last had picnic.
So maybe it is a picnic. It's no fun.
Because my chess career started, and after that there was no time for family issues.
No more time to picnic.
Yes.
A lot of openings out there. And he has gone bishop e6.
Okay, knight f4. This is torture time.
Torch time.
This is Toturovic, yeah? I mean, okay, look at this. This is, I mean, Magnus will not be pleased, and he had a chance to seal the match in game 3, and now he has to defend an unpleasant position without any real counter chances for winning. It's not an ideal scenario.
It's my favorite chess player, Harmony Cemento Toturovic. Great grandmaster. Queen f6.
Everything in one person, yeah?
Yeah. What's this Queen f6 move about? We can't take the pawn, or we could, but then
Rook a8
we don't get
comes.
much. Rook a8 after queen takes, or knight takes. You exchange queens and some rook to the 8. This is fine. But just rook c1.
Well,
Toturovic.
I mean, rook a8 would be the natural move, right? I mean, just to protect this pawn.
And here bishop f8, yeah, you have maybe.
Yeah, maybe. After all, probably Magnus knows what he's doing. I mean, he did spend time, but he didn't really sink into very deep thought, yeah? So he still follows at least more or less the setup that he has in mind.
Queen g3. It's late. Now threatening this pawn. And maybe after rook d8 he wants to take. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but hang on. After queen g3, now he also stepped into some knight e7, knight f5 business. I'm not sure how well this queen on g3 is placed.
Rook a8 on the board.
Now it seems black is fine. I mean, white has lost the momentum. I don't know if the momentum was real or not, but now definitely the momentum has passed. Everything is harmonious. Yeah, black defended his only weakness on d5. The pawn on d4 is pressured by the knight on c6 and the bishop on g7.
Harmony Cemento switch teams. He's on the black side now.
Yeah. Okay, so we might be seeing 2 Armageddons today. I think it's a very likely scenario at this moment.
Sounds scary. One Armageddon sounds scary, right? Will they stagger them, or are they played at the same time? Probably not at the same time.
Exactly, yeah, we should find it out, because we are also still completely new to this format. We don't know yet how it works in practice.
Everybody is. Rook c1 on the board. Yeah, Carlsen could shuffle his horsey around now.
Yeah, it's the right moment to shuffle it.
Yep.
Because it's kind of a tough spot. Yeah, that do you take on e6? You are giving up the nice knight. Yes. On one other hand, you would love to take that bishop, but knight comes to f5. Hits the bishop on e3. And actually, black's king side is a little bit more safe with the bishop on g7. For example, just a scenario like knight e7. Let's play this move, knight takes e6. And then we take queen e6, and maybe black is already now getting the initiative. Knight f5 is on the board, knight e7 played.
Sure. There comes the knight. Yeah, this queen g3 was just not the way to go. Yeah, I mean, you're losing 2 big tempi after knight f5.
Yes.
Maybe it's time to go back, actually.
And actually, yeah, now it's time to think about safety and secure this Armageddon. But I know once, it's so easy that when you are looking from the outside, with white, you want to create something. I recall my game against Rajabov. We played in the European Club Cup 2013 in Rhodos, and it was some symmetrical English. I had the white pieces. It was before the match Vichy versus Magnus. I did not want to reveal anything, so I avoided any kind of theoretical duel. And then we get symmetrical position. I'm the one who is trying to create something. Yeah, and Rajavo is just trying to equalize. He's playing with the black pieces. And what happened? In like 3 or 4 moves, I was dead lost. Yeah, it was just completely crazy. I was trying to do something. Temur just stabilized, and suddenly I look at it, and he's winning. I mean, it was shocking. It's very deceptive, this kind of symmetrical structure.
Sorry to hear that. Arjun takes on e6. Yeah, maybe it's correct. He's in bailout mode now.
No, I actually went on to draw that game, but I was completely lost. Yeah.
Okay. Glad there's a happy ending.
It was maybe my luckiest game ever, because I was just so deadly lost that I didn't deserve to make a draw.
F takes e looks wrong, strategically and probably also tactically. So queen takes e6 will be played.
Is Magnus thinking about knight f5? Can he include this knight f5 more?
He's thinking about something, but this would be a
knight
mistake.
g7 and knight e8. Oof. Yeah, that's it. That's the way to blunder.
Hitting the queen, even after the check.
Yeah.
White remains with too many pieces. No, he didn't do it. He went queen takes e6. Yeah. If anybody's better now, it's black, apparently. Yeah? Knight f5 coming. This bishop is an idiot.
Yeah, maybe white has to switch to this bishop c to compute a move and then get rid of this knight on f5, but this is...
Yeah, just sit there and hold this. Doable, but not what Arjun had envisioned.
Exactly.
Big debate on gravity in the chat. Are you an expert on gravity, Peter?
No, not really.
I've seen the Sandra Bullock movie, but I'm not sure that's the topic. Eric Acey still thinking what to do here. Queen f3 also looks normal, but knight f5 still hits all the spots.
Yeah, it's very unpleasant, because how do we protect? And what I meant, that anytime, for example, something protects that bishop on e3 and black takes and white has to take f e3, that's a very scary structure. This g2 h2 pawn against this g6 f5, black might play f5, bishop h6, target the e3 pawn. I mean, that would be very dangerous.
We don't want that. Yeah, maybe bishop c2 is the way. It's such a sad move, though, to make. Like, this proud bishop going back to take the knight and be slightly worse. Let's see if Arjun can get himself to do it.
Yeah, it's mentally so tough. Yeah, because he was hoping to put black under some pressure, and now he has to go for such a sad move. No, he
doesn't do it. He goes bishop a4. What's this point? Knight f5. I want some adventures. There's some queen c7 or something.
Wow. Really, in the fourth game? I mean, that means that he isn't so sleepy at all if he's ready to calculate things like this.
Does he have a choice? Knight f5, queen f3, then rook e7, and his construction is crumbling. No, like
exactly.
Knight f5 played. And queen c7, indeed. Whoa.
Blitzed out. Wow.
Also unclear if it's good, but very creative solution.
Yeah, I mean...
point is rook e7, queen d8 doesn't work now.
Big respect for finding this idea at all, but yeah, I'm not such a big fan anyway. I mean, there are a lot of dynamics, yeah? Just, for example, okay, so we have to hide that rook, yeah? Knight takes e3 runs into rook e1? Probably, but how does it go?
Bishop
no,
e8,
bishop e8, yeah, you can play bishop e8. Yeah. But hang on, knight takes d1, and then bishop takes f7, yes. Yeah. That's the line, yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, check.
Yeah. That wins for white, so...
So he probably has to go or play rook c8. A lot to calculate.
Lot to calculate, yeah, and this is kind of a decisive moment here. In a sense that you can easily make a mistake and then you regret it. For the rest of your life, in fact.
Oof.
Because
that sounds grim. We gotta move on, Peter. At some point, one has to move on.
Yeah, but I understand also, Arjun, that if he spotted this bishop a4 queen c7 idea and knight takes c3, bishop e8 works for white, this rook f8 move, moving away the rook from e8 to f8, will also hurt Magnus, because he doesn't want to move that away from the e file.
Yeah. Hopefully not for life. Yeah, what else is that to calculate? Rook c8, queen takes b7. How does this play out? Rook b8, compensates. So the point is now queen c7 with rook ec8.
Yeah, this is a more human approach, yeah, than just to keep the
White
initiative.
can bail out at least. Yeah.
Queen c6, knight takes e3. I mean, how much is this a bailout? Rook e6, fe, bishop h6. I mean, we are
lose
pressing.
Relative to Torturovic.
I mean, this is still okay. Bishop b3, okay, but
barely, yeah,
barely holding. Yes. Yeah, actually, rook c8 is a. Do you have another move like maybe some more here? Queen d7 after rook c8, it doesn't work. Yeah, then already you take on his. Or how does it? It's so confusing.
Also possible.
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit more human to try to liquidate.
Yeah, now you have to go passive again. But since this pawn is always hanging, it looks like black is not risking much.
Yeah, queen e6, fe6, and bishop d7, you have king f7. Very important. I mean, in a sense, if you don't want to go for knight takes d4, no, but knight d4 maybe when I have rook c7. So yeah, king f7 is king f7, rook c7. What is this? Can't we be active? Oh no, computer is too cruel.
No threats. He's too strong. Saying even this is better for black.
Wow. Okay, but not easy to understand this. Look on b7, look on the 7th. No, it's a very tough decision. I understand why Magnus takes all his time. And it's such a decisive moment.
If he just goes
game.
away. Takes.
No, then we take. Then with
better,
yeah, with the queen's on, then white's king will be very weak. But we have bishop g5 after rook f8. Probably this disturbs Magnus. And okay,
if he wants to be safe, he can take and go bishop d4. And
yeah,
it looks like at least it's enough counterplay.
Yeah, but it's just so difficult to make any of these decisions because there are so many decisions and you have so many options, tactics as well. You would love to make a move like knight takes e3 work, then you have to first realize that actually it loses by force. And then you go for this rook c8. You know that rook f8 you have in the pocket, but and rook c8 played. Yeah, this is the professional move.
Played. Pro move.
It's a nice move.
Queen takes b7. Arjun had time to calculate. Doesn't hesitate. Rook b8. Once again, that's the first line. Point being after this queen 7. Now you have rook c8 with tempo. You don't need to go to this ugly square.
Yeah, now
there were the bailouts.
Yeah, now I'm really curious because okay, so far Arjun with bishop a4, queen c7 was hinting that he does not want to. I mean, he doesn't shy away from complication, from calculating, but I think it's now more or less enough to stop these adventures.
Enough adventures for a day. We still need the Armageddon.
Exactly, but not to get into trouble here, yeah, in this game. He needs to shut it down. This queen c6 looks, but it's a very long line, yeah? I mean, you have to calculate a lot. I was hoping for something there with black. And queen c7.
7. These guys are all such great calculators, like from this position to go for this, then make all the best moves. The point is rook ec8, queen d7.
Queen d7, yes. I mean, he doesn't want to give the e3 pawn.
Yeah.
Understandable. I want this game to end in a draw and to have this lovely Armageddon.
Sure. The only thing I'm unhappy about is that Armageddon is the final game. There should be a way to have it continue after one Armageddon. Not sure how.
But I think the system is interesting because after all, this is a rapid event, and they want to eliminate the option of finishing in this. Of course, in a rapid game, also it can end in some terrible time scramble, but still, it's a logical way to try to find the decision in a rapid game.
I don't disagree. But we're not there yet, Mr. Egaisi. I think it's fair to say he had to calculate more than So Nakamura to make it to this Armageddon. There'll be some exhausted warriors there. If he plays Queen D7, yeah, he doesn't set a foot wrong. Very, very strong in calculation.
Yeah.
Now it's Carlsen with a choice.
And okay, Magnus also, he's in a comfortable situation that he can shut the game down, I believe, any moment he wants, but he's 3 minutes behind the clock.
And he takes on D7. Goes for the simplifier. How at least white should be safe, no? FE. Takes.
Bishop H6, yeah, this is always nice to include.
Zwischenzug, giving the king a square. Yeah. Still continues a bit.
Still continues a bit, yes.
Because this, but yeah, I guess.
As long as Magnus sees a weak pawn on his... No, we will not trade. No. Never.
Never? What do you want to do?
Never. I mean, keep the game going. You have a rook on the second, the pawn on e3 is weak. You have to find some way. But bishop c6 targeting the d5 pawn is a big problem, yeah? Ay. I mean, because it suddenly looks like a wonderful position from black side. But not enough, yeah?
Maybe thinking about rook d8 as well, to then capture.
Yeah, but that means that he sacrificed the a7 pawn. Yeah, rook d8, rook c7, the rook b2, rook a7, and he gets some counterplay with bishop h6, but at the cost
of feels
odd
to do this. Yeah.
With 3 minutes on the clock, probably it's not the right way to go for something like this.
Also, he probably likes his chances in Armageddon, so no need to go too crazy here. Yeah, he does take, and he takes on b2 directly. Doesn't include bishop h6. Interesting. I was worried about this check, but probably just frees himself. Still, bishop h6 look nice. No, activate the bishop.
Yeah, but your rook c3, rook a3 was a lovely defense.
Yeah. But now, bishop c6. Looks like black has to be a little careful.
Okay, rook c2. Yeah, you can just fix it.
Okay.
Enough is enough.
b7. Is this just a draw? Bishop, rook c2, bishop b7. Say takes. Should be a draw, but
yeah, okay, it's a dead.
Not sure this is what he's dreaming of.
I mean, okay, it's not really anything you have to even worry about.
It's pawn. I'm scared. Carlsen thinking about it. Rook a2. Also a legal move. Not sure who's the side taking risks here. Probably neither side's taking too many risks, but it doesn't look like white can be worse. No, rook c7,
yeah, you don't want to do this. Yeah, you never want to lose the f7 pawn. The soul of your position.
Never want to move it. You never want to lose it.
Yeah, interesting that why Magnus didn't include bishop h6. It was so natural.
Yeah, that's odd.
I mean, he also has an option to go rook e2 and then take on e3 and go rook e7 back against rook c7. Yeah, this. But I'm not liking this so much.
Yeah, also rook e8.
Yes. Yeah, Luxi too, professional. I mean, enough is enough. Yeah, that's it.
F5 indeed, yeah, making sure these pawns never move. Armageddon time! New movie.
Exactly.
I haven't seen it yet. I heard it's good.
Ah, well, I mean, okay, it's legendary, yeah? And Aerosmith gives the soundtrack.
No, not Armageddon. That one, of course, I've seen. Armageddon Time.
Okay.
That is a new movie.
Okay.
But Armageddon, I'm still not sure it's the most efficient plan to use drillers and train them as astronauts. I still think training astronauts to drill a hole would have been the better way.
Well, to be honest, I like the song very much.
Fair enough.
I have seen the movie, but I have more or less already forgotten. I remember that there were some dramas, but it was expected.
We don't want to spoil it for the many people out there that want to watch Armageddon tonight. A lot of twists and turns.
Yeah, good movie, but I believe the soundtrack is the song is the most impressive stuff.
Yeah. Position is very drawn. And yeah, I don't think they'll waste much time here. Just get on with it. Of course, Arjun is perfectly within his rights to play on a bit. He's a pawn up, but he's not going to win. And yeah, if the king goes too far away, bishop g1 will come. Not much to talk about. Yeah,
not at all, but there is a lot to play for in the next two Armageddons for both these players.
Very important check. Oh, they don't even wait for king b5, a5. That means they really were in a hurry. Yeah, good game. Arjun with a small inaccuracy in the opening, this queen g3, but then found some amazing tactical resources to hang in there with this bishop a4, queen c7. It's not the computer line, but I can understand he was disgusted by this bishop c2 set move, and he found some nice tactics. It also didn't lose, so just a special player.
That was very impressive because actually in all these matches there is so much psychology involved, and if you show some sign of a weakness, that suddenly Magnus feels like, aha, I managed to force my opponent into the defensive with bishop c2, then suddenly Magnus will grow with confidence and will be very determined to try to squeeze out something. But with bishop a4, queen c7, Arjun was forcing Magnus to calculate, and probably Magnus was anyway already so fed up after this previous loss that that he didn't get any gratis possession, any easy possession. Then he just was willing to let those simplification happen.
Yeah. So that means we're in for two Armageddons, Peter. It's gonna be exciting. I'm a little sleepy, but I don't want to close my eyes. I don't want to fall asleep, and I certainly don't want to miss a thing. So we should go on a little break to be back in time for the double Armageddon between Wesley So, Anti-Kar Nakamura, and Magnus Carlsen, the Arjun Erigaisi. What a match this has been so far. And yeah, the Erigaisi Carlsen was fine as well. We'll be back. See you then.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it. How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
This whole concept of just bulldozing the Black King, jumping in there with the Queen, and making sure the Rook comes in with a ladder mate is everything this chapter is about.
Everything this chapter is about.
The point is, I don't want you to get a move that's not in the course and go, I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
92% of games get to this position. From this position, white is winning about 60-70% of the time. And I think if you learn these lines, that very easily could be 75% or 80% for you.
a rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, got it. Got it. Ooh, got it. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, got it. Ooh, got it. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Welcome back, everybody. Long session today. We still have 2 Armageddons coming up because both matches have been drawn 2-2. Carlsen Erigaisi after a lot of drama, and So Nakamura after slightly less drama. But both need to find a winner to determine the winner's final. Peter Leko, the bidding is probably ongoing now.
Exactly.
Who do you think will get white?
I think this is a decisive moment. I do remember that the first time I have witnessed this whole bidding procedure was during the Fischer Random World Championship in Reykjavik, and then between Hikaru and Jan, there was this, envelope, and arbiter was involved, and all this scary kind of James Bond stuff. Yeah, that what will happen, and then things very smoothly worked out. And now in this that we don't have any video feed, we don't have any live, no envelopes involved. We are in the dark and waiting for information.
Yeah. Who do you think would be the best James Bond villain out of all the players here today?
Oh,
I could picture Hikaru with the cat, like sitting on a nice chair, stroking
being
it.
a big boss, yeah.
Yeah.
Could easily be, and also many times his opponents feel like he's a villain, yeah, because he is so incredibly resourceful. I mean, he always stays. He always escapes whatever. I mean, there is just no way. Yeah, he's such a boss, incredibly sharp in all these dramas, and that's what I'm expecting in this Armageddon. That now Hikaru will show his skills, and I'm not exactly happy from Wesley's side that he was so willingly entering this. Yeah, there was a chance with the white pieces. He was putting pressure. He should have tried to get more out of those games, because Armageddon, I think Hikaru is a favorite. I mean, slight favorite, but a favorite.
Hard to disagree. We don't know yet when the games will start, but maybe, Peter, that gives us time to play everyone's favorite game. Name Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. You go first. I know you're a big expert.
Okay.
We played this game in the past, but I forgot most of them.
Okay, I mean, I start with Bloodsport because, okay, that's clearly my favorite one.
That's an easy one. I'll start with my favorite, Hard Targets.
Ah, no, that was my second choice.
Ah.
Okay, it's great. Okay, Lionheart.
Time Cop.
Nowhere to Run.
No Retreat, No Surrender.
The first movie was, what is the Black Eagle, or what is the English name?
I don't know.
When he was still a villain, then Jean.
No, that's No Retreat, No Surrender. In German, it's
okay.
Karate Tiger.
Okay, yeah.
There's a bad guy. It's a great movie.
I only remember the Hungarian title, but. Okay, well, there were so many. Kickboxer.
It's getting tougher. The Quest.
I mean, that was my second. You spoiled my other chance, but okay, come on. Okay, I watched in the 90s millions of his movies. Come on. Oh my God. Under Pressure, yeah? This is when the clock is ticking. Now, if you would knock that in 3 seconds, I would just resign immediately. Oh my God, hang on. No, but... Yeah, with Hard Target, you nailed me, yeah? And the Quest. It's a shame. No, the Legionnaire. How is the English title?
I don't know, because I think in German is also Der Legionnaire. I'll count it.
Yes, the Legionnaire. Yes, this is what I mean. Yeah. The Legionist, or what is the English title?
I don't know. I'm sure chat can tell us. But I think it's a problem, by the way, in case you're confused, that Twitch chat, or the chat in general, because the stream is 1 minute delayed, they're 1 minute behind us, so they can't tell us in real time.
Wow, and we have linked off.
I'm saying all these things to buy time. Universal Soldier.
Yeah, but yes, Universal Soldier, but E4, E5, Knight FC on the board. Arjun is white.
Okay.
And Wesley is also white.
Your turn, though. But yeah, let's focus on the games. The 2 Armageddons played at the same time. That's a pity. These are the highlights. Stagger them, guys.
Wow, and two Italians, but one with Magnus going for bishop e7 and Hikaru for bishop c5 setups.
Yeah, bishop e7, sometimes Magnus plays when he's not in the mood for a big theory debate. But it's a little easier to play for white. Magnus lost his game against Vichy in Norway chess. We'll see how things play out. What are the clocks? Carlsen started with 10 minutes. He bid 10. 50 was 10. And Nakamura, also 10, it looks like. 10 minutes were the winning bid.
No, Hikaru with more time, no? I mean, less time.
You think so?
I don't think that he would waste 22 seconds. Impossible.
Okay.
Impossible. Wow, all right, so...
Oh, sudden death! That would actually have counted both to describe the Armageddon games and as a Van Damme movie.
Well, there was also Cyborg, no? Cyborg was there as well.
Cyborg is there. Also, he was in the Expendables, no? Like, okay, this is later, but I think he was in one of those. Anyway, let's not play our stupid game.
Yes.
And while they're playing their stupid game. It looks like the games are restarting here. I'm not sure what's happening. Maybe there was a mistake with the moves or something.
Ah, so the Hikaru game restarts, yeah, because it was very strange what happened with the clock, and it's in fact a Spanish, not an Italian.
What, they changed openings now? Is
Yes.
that allowed? I'm so confused.
Yeah, so we are seeing a very sharp anti-Berlin. Bishop takes e6, DC short castle is one of the toughest challenges and the most ambitious ones. Magnus was doing a lot as well.
Queen d6, bishop d6, or knight d7, or even bishop g4, bishop e6. Many moves. But yeah, queen d6, one of the established setups here. I have to say, I'm not sure about the theory. Knight b2, bishop e6, and what do? You go knight g5? Was this the line?
Yeah, beast is also there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very typical bishop b2, queen e2, rook a d1, and then try to go for some d4 break. I mean, what Wesley wants to do is clearly put Hikaru under pressure with the clock, because, I mean, Hikaru was really gambling, no? He took 930.
I think he took 10, but yeah, maybe not. No, it's 902.
No, he cannot take 10 with 902.
Fair enough.
He took 928. Wow.
928.
And Wesley took 944. This is crucial information. Thank you very much. Now we know.
So it was close. It was close. And understandable, since they've been drawing the games, and neither side seems to be putting that much pressure on the other, that the bid would be a little lower. But this is, yeah, very classical structure that both sides, I'm sure, have a lot of experience with. Wesley trying to provoke g6, but I'm not sure if Hikaru won't just go queen f7. Yeah, leading the draw. It's also nice because it vacates the square from the knight.
Exactly, this is very thematic. Now after queen g4.
But now he's saying I was bluffing with queen h5 check, because you don't do this with the intention to provoke queen f7. He was hoping for g6 and didn't believe he could win the endgame. So now knight e6, black is perfectly fine. h5 coming, long castles, or I'm not sure, long castles.
Yeah, and this is now the tricky part of this Armageddon business, yeah, the bidding procedure, that, I mean, you get a big time advantage, but it's 15 minutes versus something, yeah, and if you get such a comfortable position like Hikaru, then it's much more important to have the draws than a couple of minutes advantage.
Yeah. We're trying to cover two Armageddons at once here, so it's a bit too much action. It's like double impact here, and not easy to keep track of both. Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces has a structure which I hate with his double pawns on e6 and e5, but he seems to be fine with it. Very, very solid.
Knight d7, and then you are going for d6, d5 break. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I'm also not a fan of this pawn structure, and I'm also not experienced with. I always put the bishop on c5.
Yeah. Bishop's gotta breathe.
Dubov was playing a lot of this bishop e7, bishop e6 business.
I've noticed.
I recall from the last year, or was it already 2 years ago? Yeah, 2 years ago, champion chess tours.
Yeah, he's played this for a while.
Against Maxim Vachilagraf, I think they were debating this kind of positions.
Sounds very possible. Erigasi brings the knight to b5, targeting this pawn.
Yeah, how to continue? Yeah, the e4 pawn is a weakness. That's why the black queen moved to g6. It's a perfect square. White would love to break with d4, but it's not possible. The bishop from east, it doesn't really have where to go. And then how to prepare if knight h2, then bishop g5 comes. Yeah, that would be a typical way of getting rid of that bishop on e7.
Yeah. No, it looks like Magnus has things under control, more or less. Maybe just exchange this and play this position. Yeah, queen g4, rook e3, computer says, with still a little something.
Yeah, Magnus's bid is also very interesting. Yeah, because he took 10 minutes plus 1 second.
Interesting. So he was hoping to get white if Arjun had gone 10.
Yeah, but Arjun was treating the bidding procedure, I think, with a lot of respect. He bid 11 minutes, 30 seconds or something like this.
It's also understandable. You don't want to be black against Magnus with little time. So
exactly. Yeah, 11:59. 11:59 was Arjun's bid. I'm missing the envelopes, yeah, and then the arbiter opening up, and then we see exactly what happened. I feel like it very much, adds to all the tension.
Yeah. Maybe it's a way to improve for future shows. Who would you like as the arbiter with the envelopes?
Well, I just want the envelopes. Yeah, that's. Okay. I think any good arbiter is fine.
What's going on here? This looks a bit risky. The structure, no g5.
Yeah, at least Wesley managed to create some dynamics.
So this looked fine.
Wow, I mean, but Hikaru really goes for like a must-win situation: h5, g5,
and rook d8. So keeps his king here. h4, and now he castled. h3 looked tempting as well, but he castled. Of course, he has a lot of experience in all these structures. In the candidates, he had it against Fabi and against Rapport, but if against Fabi, I recall he also castled kingside, and it didn't end well. Didn't end well in that one.
Yeah, and queen c3. It's a position. It's a playable position. I mean, I was much more skeptical at that point when black got the knight to e6 that he will just castle short easily, and white won't really be finding any good ideas. But this is double-edged.
c5 after d5, he wants to jump into d4.
Yeah, but since we have to play for a win, I think white probably goes for this d5, knight d4, and will we sacrifice the exchange or f4 just? Okay, we have to watch out for knight e2 fork at some point, but...
I missed that. But we said a check.
Yeah, but knight e2 immediately after f4 is possible. I think let's just show this d5, knight d4, and if f4, then there is knight e2 maybe. Apparently not.
Still a mess, apparently.
You can sacrifice some pawn for compensation, a very sharp position. But I just feel that if we play dc5, knight c5, then okay, things are trading off, and I trust Hikaru very much in this type of stuff. Yeah, why not f4 then? If knight e2 is not an issue, then let's go f4.
Yeah, computer was queen h5, but that's a tough move to make.
No, that wasn't on my radar at all. No, but
dc5 played, knight c5, f3. It's maybe a bit too solid by Wesley. It's a must-win, Wesley.
Yes.
No takes, queen e7, rook d8.
I mean, of course, he's dreaming of knight e3, knight f5, but also the b3 pawn is vulnerable. It's not so easy to move that. Hikaru goes h3. Understandable, because if white takes GHC, then some queen h5, knight e6, knight f4, black might be able to switch very quickly if white protects with king g2, so that would be a terrible idea. But tolerating the HC pawn also doesn't look very natural.
Yeah, you can't play g3, leave this guy alive now.
Yeah.
Feels like.
No, yeah, probably just humanly you take on HC, but I'm not sure because looks like black is getting enough counterplay.
Computer says knight takes a5.
No, this is a move that everybody probably notices and says, no, I definitely can't play like this. I mean, hg2 check, then knight e6, knight f4 check. I mean, asking for trouble.
It's got to win though. You need to create some imbalances. Let's see if he
You
manages.
should have played d5, of course. Yeah, if you are in a must win.
I'm still not sure what happened at the beginning of these games. They restarted. There was some server issue or something wasn't ready. Yeah, or the clocks were set wrong. I don't know. But I'm also confused that the opening changed in the Wesley Nakamura game. Because if you restart the game, don't you make the same moves to get to the same position if it's some technical issue?
Yeah, it's strange. I mean, we don't know. But come on, Wesley played
and he
G3.
played G3. Whoa, letting this pawn lift, that's very risky.
And Queen E6, now G4 is coming. I mean, no, this is...
The king is just terminally weak now.
This is just good for black.
Yeah. Let's check back in with Carlsen and Eric Acy. Where looks like Magnus Carlsen. What is going on?
So much happened. I mean, knight c4, bishop c5, weakness on f2. This looks very promising for black. I mean, rook cd8.
Rook cd8 takes rook f3. Black only needs a draw. Hard to believe he's not getting at least a draw here.
I mean, this is like a almost checkmating position.
Exactly. Point being, if takes king g1, there's queen g3. It's typical motive using the pin, and black wins.
Wow, so Arjun in a lot of trouble. No, he didn't take on c4 yet. Can he play queen e2?
Doesn't work. Knight d2.
Knight d2, yeah, knight d2. Yeah, it's brutal. Knight d2, rook f2, and or rook d2, whatever.
Yeah, Arjun's not gonna make it.
Yeah, a lot of problems here. What happened? Can we just look 2-3 moves back? I mean, to understand how Arjun got into such a trouble. It was a peaceful position.
Yeah, he allowed this d5 business. Went back and he took on a5, trying to mix it up. c4, c6.
Yeah, and
no longer so peaceful.
Yeah,
this didn't go well. Going for some action, but it backfired. The black pieces are coming. Sorry, this is the current position. Yeah, looks like Carlsen will be all right. Also looks like Hikaru will be all right, which would give us the quote-unquote dream final, Carlsen Nakamura. Because here after rook d8, what do you do actually?
Well, probably queen c4 check is only to go into some very sad endgame.
Only chance, but yeah, you're not gonna win this against Hikaru with 6 minutes.
Yeah, with all the weaknesses, I mean, black can play for a win, yeah, that's the problem. And in the Magnus's game, yeah, this knight, queen e2, knight d2 happened, and Magnus ended up in a dominating endgame.
How did this happen so quickly? We don't, we look away for 1 second, they make like 18 moves. I gave an exchange.
Yeah, but I mean, Magnus was just very happy, yeah, that he gets an endgame where he cannot lose.
Rook d2 wins on the spot. He must have blundered queen f2.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, you get this endgame, it's good enough. It's probably a technical win for black, yeah, with this monster bishop on f2 and the horrible knight on c3 and this pawn structure. And yeah, Wesley had to go for this terrible endgame.
Yeah. Black coming through in the Armageddon. Just no chance here for white. Everything's stable for black. There's no activity. And he only needs a draw. This should be it. And Hikaru will be happy the way this match went. Yeah, he didn't get put under too much pressure in the black games, in the classical, or in the rapid, I should say. Made to the Armageddon, got his black where it draws enough, and comfortably will make at least a draw.
Okay, G4, at least this is clever, because after rook F4, there is rook D5 going after the G5 pawn, creating some disbalance.
At least some tension, but yes.
Yeah, and then rook H5 going after the H3 pawn as well.
Yeah, black is fine, the computer tells me, but yeah, at least there's something to play for. Although it looks very much like black is very fine.
Exactly, the problem is this terrible knight on C4.
Nakamura goes rook F7 back. It's a little passive. Now rook D5.
Ah, but he wants to have rook G7 after rook G5 check. He wants to trade that rook.
So he's saying this, this, and this. Since he only needs a draw, if rook F2, he has rook E1 check.
But no, he even protects the pawn with rook G7.
Wow, it's very passive.
And look at, this is the problem, yeah, that now Wesley is below on the clock and has a terrible position, and Hikaru still has 5 minutes.
Also, big problem for him, he can't repeat moves every day. Like he would like to play rook F2, but you can't. So he will have to go somewhere with the knight. Allow this rook here. Suffer. Yeah, he goes to C6.
Okay, some knight E3, knight F5. At least if we can get that knight to F5, we have some intrigue, but I doubt that that knight will ever reach there.
Yeah, at least the game is still going. But yeah, once again, rook F2, rook E1. Hikaru, very pragmatic. Keeping the threat of knight D2 now. Hard to see white winning this ever. Because knight D2 is a big threat, actually, without the check.
Yeah, this is tough. And now we understand. We see why actually Hikaru feels like he can afford this Berlin draws with the white pieces without playing any game, because he knows that he has nothing to fear in these Armageddons.
Yeah. Now knight D2 is there, threatening rook G2. Hikaru just takes, doesn't even want to think about the A-pawn running anywhere. Also good enough. Yeah, no chance for Wesley.
No, not at all. I mean, the question is there any chance to survive? But to win, it's...
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
In the meantime, also no chance for Eric Gacy as Carlsen King enters here. Maybe a chance to hold the draw, but both black players seem to be very aware that a draw guarantees them match victory, and they're not pushing their luck any further. King G3, King F1, rook takes E4, G5, and you chase this pawn with the king. Be the most pragmatic.
Yeah, it was somehow...
Yeah, the game is over. Nakamura is our first finalist, but he will be joined by Magnus Carlsen in a second. Yeah, after BA5. Looks like he just offered a draw, which was accepted. Or Wesley said, okay, draw, I don't know. And yeah, Arjun will also have a very tough time winning this versus Magnus Carlsen with 3 minutes.
Yeah, Hikaru made a proposal to Wesley, which he couldn't refuse, yeah.
Made him an offer, he couldn't refuse. Would you like to lose the match, Mr. Wesley? Wesley said, yeah, let's do it. This is also a draw. So we got Carlsen and Nakamura advancing after the Armageddon. They were pushed, but they did not fall. Exciting stuff. And that means tomorrow in the winners bracket, we get the dream winners final. It's not the big final yet. Maybe that's... but we could get it back as the big final, yeah? Like one of those two could lose tomorrow and then come back for the big final through the losers bracket.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's true.
It's not unlikely, actually. Yeah, that was an exciting day, Peter. Oof.
For sure, yeah. Marathon action. The same applies to Wesley So. I mean, he did lose now to Hikaru, but I think this is a consolation that it's not the end of the road. It's just a new beginning. So all to play for Wesley.
That's poetic. Yeah, Wesley, in a way, he did it to himself. We all know how strong Hikaru is in these elimination games by not pushing harder, especially repeating moves there in a slightly better position in the second white game. Kaisa punished him. But what can you do? Two equally matched, very strong players.
Yeah, I also feel like after these two examples, the black side might be tempted to take even more risk with the time. Yeah, because I mean, playing with the white pieces against very solid openings, against very strong opponents, maybe it's, I mean, you have to force your opponent down to the 6.5 minutes or 7.